Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you can remain standing, is Doug Harden here? Please go ahead, our police chaplain.
Let's pray. Father, thank you for being here with us this evening, God. This room is filled with people for many different reasons. Lord, those who will be recognized for their contribution to our city, Lord, others who are concerned about issues with their family and their loved ones. Father, those who are in business in our city, Father, seeking decisions, Lord, to be made. Father, many things going on that are concerning to us as citizens. Lord, large things that are far too big for us. So, Lord, we thank you that we can come and seek you for wisdom, God. You tell us if we lack it, that we can come and you'll give it to us liberally. Lord, that you're not hiding from us, that you desire to lead us and guide us. If we'll acknowledge you in all of our ways, you promise you'll direct our steps. So, Father, we pray that you would give us wisdom, Lord. That you would be the one, Father, that would have your will to be done. And that, Father, we would have the humility to understand that your ways are good and right. So, Father, go before us this evening, Lord. Speak to us, Lord. Guide and direct, we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. In the interest of time, I know we've got a lot of young folks here. I want to ask Councilmember Jose Solorio to make a presentation to Santa Ana High School's Elizabeth G. Macias Legal Studies Academy. So if whoever is with that group, I turn it over to you, Councilmember Solorio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to have the entire group come on up right now, and I'll just, for the sake of time, begin talking while they're coming up. You know, we all value homework time, and I know there's 2 or 3 groups being recognized with a lot of students, so that is why we're taking the agenda a little bit out of order. This group that we're recognizing, and then we also have school board member Alfonso Alvarez. If you can also come on up, because I know you're very proud of all your high schools and all your programs. This is a special recognition for the Santa Ana High School Elizabeth G. Macias Legal Studies Academy and their program accomplishments, which includes some mock trial accomplishments. And I do pretty good in the legislative chamber, but the court is another similar setting, and it's tough. You know, when I was in high school, I did mock trial 1 quarter, and it was too much. I didn't continue to do it, so I value the work that you're doing in your mock trial program. Let me tell you a little bit about the individuals behind me and their accomplishments, and then we'll have a couple of speakers. First, the recognitions we're giving to are for the advisory board, and they start with the very honorable Judge Elizabeth G. Macias, who is an Orange County Superior Court judge. We're very proud of her group there. Also on the advisory board are Michael Mooney. He is an advisory board co-chair, and he's a mock trial coach. He's also deputy public defender, so they have that side of it as well. We have Carolina Gomez. She's also a advisory board co-chair, a mock trial coach, and she's the liaison from the OC Hispanic Bar Association. We also have board member Estuardo Panciano, and he's the director of admissions at UC Irvine Law School. So when we talk about a pathway and having exposure to individuals like this, that's very powerful for these students and this program. We have Kristen Robinson, who is also an advisory board member. She's an assistant professor of the Legal Studies Department at Santa Ana College, because they're part of this partnership as well. We have Israel Claustro, who is an advisory board member as well, mock trial coach. He's a deputy DA, so again, to make sure we have all sides represented. He's not in attendance, but he's here in spirit. We have Santa Ana High School teacher, Mona Constant. We're proud to have her here. We also have a principal. He's so active, he's so good. He's here practically at every meeting. Maybe he's only here in spirit today, but I know we have always with us Jeff Bishop, who is our high school principal, and we recognize him. And then last in this order, but surely not least, in full disclosure, my spouse, Lynn Lee, who's an outstanding public school teacher at Santa Ana High School and the Legal Studies Academy coordinator. We have some amazing, outstanding students, some of which are here, like Emily Serrant, Samantha Cervantes, Jesus Lopez, Salem Luna, Santiago Malmango, Tania Melgarejo, Sofia Sanchez, Manuel Sariana, Long Toe, and Arturo Villarreal. They're all getting certificates as well. Some key points, there are many. This Legal Studies Academy is a program for 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. It creates a pathway of classes designed to give students a foundation in law and preparation for mock trial team experience. The mock trial team has grown from 1 team to 2 teams, and they fulfilled, for example, I think this year, 35 hours of courtroom involvement. Their mock trial team has competed with other teams across the country and have consistently scored on par or better than some of our best high schools around the country. The advisory board of legal and college community is of tremendous support, and I mentioned some of the individuals involved. It starts with a very key person from the legal community, and that's Judge Elizabeth Macias, and I know she still has many, many years ahead of her, so we're going to be very pleased to have her in this capacity for a long time, and she's been so good, they named the entire academy in her honor, so we're blessed to have her here with us. And what's unique about this program, too, it's a direct pathway to law school that includes Santa Ana High School, Santa Ana College, UC Irvine Law School, and other law schools as well as like USC Law School. So there's a great pipeline that really will get them on this path to success. And then finally, I know that none of these programs succeed unless if there's a strong cohort of teachers and that you have teachers involved in the curriculum, the leadership of the program, the outreach, and the connection to the students. It's my great honor to, on behalf of our mayor and city council, recognize this great group. Let's give them a big round of applause. Before we give out the certificates, I'd like to have Judge Macias say a few words, and then one of their student reps.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And I first want to start off by thanking both our Mayor of Santana as well as the City Council and, of course, Jose Solorio, Councilman, for this recognition. I also want to make certain that I give special thanks to Santa Ana Unified School District and Santa Ana High School, because the fact of the matter is that even though there might be a will and there might be people that are interested in helping, if people aren't receptive to the help that you want to provide, you just can't get it off the ground. And the reality is that we couldn't be luckier to have a school district and to have a Santa Ana High School principal as well as assistant principal that are so incredibly supportive of the students that we have. Our students are so courageous. They really are incredibly courageous, and they are so inspiring to us. And I'll tell you why. Many of these kids are first generation. Many of these kids, English is their second language. And they get up and they compete with kids who are in private schools. They compete with kids whose parents are professionals, and they don't care. And you want to know why? Because they put in the time and they put in the energy and they have a passion to succeed. And so for me, I'm so incredibly thankful for the kids that we have, because I'll tell you what, nothing can stop them. They want it so bad. That's right. Their hard work and dedication They want it so bad that I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to make Santa Ana High School, they're going to make the city of Santa Ana extremely proud. I want to thank once again those of the team that really build us, that really bring us together. I'm so fortunate to have UCI, to have Santa Ana College, to have the public defenders through Michael Mooney, to have Carolina Gomez, which is the Hispanic Bar Association. They have been an extraordinary partner in our success, providing leaders within the legal community to help us, as well as Lynn, who we cannot do anything without her. The fact of the matter is that she keeps us organized and she keeps us on task. And again, these wonderful kids. She definitely has a skill set for that. And of course, our teachers, our incredible teachers such as Mona and Miss Enlo, who's not present today. And of course, Tom Erickson, who's the director of the program. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't because we once crossed paths and we had a similar vision, which is to make certain that we had the kids at Santa Ana High School succeed. So thank you so much for hearing me out. And once again, thank you to Councilman Solorio.
We have a student as well that's going to come on up. It's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Tanya Malgrejo, and I'm a 17-year-old at Santa Ana High School. This is my second year in the Legal Studies Academy, and I have to say that this has been one crazy, amazing journey, and I'm very grateful that I got to be part of it as my senior year. I don't know why I'm getting emotional.
Doing good.
I'm sorry. Going to a four-year university has always been a dream of mine, but I never considered going to law school. And I'm a first-generation student. Child. Both of my parents immigrated from Mexico, including myself. And I've always had this vision of mine that I had to somehow not only represent myself, but represent where I came from. And this academy is the place where I found out that I fit in. And I just want to thank all the teachers who have been involved, the entire Santa Ana Unified School District for making this academy possible. And I want to thank Mr. Erickson for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself anymore. I want to thank Judge Macias and all the attorneys here for making this possible. I've had the opportunity to compete against some of the toughest private schools in the county, and it wasn't easy. And I've had nights where I was exactly like this, breaking down because I thought I was incapable of doing it. I thought that maybe this isn't for me. Maybe law school is just another thought there that I wasn't capable of doing it. But as time went by, I found that I was a lot more stronger than that. And it gave me the skills that I have today, such as public speaking and critical thinking. In mock trial, I took the role of the pretrial attorney, which I believe is the hardest part in the entire competition. I'm kind of an expert, you can say, in the Fourth Amendment now, the Fifth Amendment, including the Sixth Amendment. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank everybody for making this academy possible, for making it grow as we speak. And I am really, really excited to see what the future students here at Santa Ana can do to make this academy grow even more. This academy, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And now I know the possibilities that can come to the students that are in here. This academy opens doors to people regarding where you come from. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter your ethnicity, your race. If you want it, you're gonna go for it and you're gonna do it. It doesn't matter what other people say. If you want it, you're gonna do it. There's no stopping you. the only other person that's going to stop you is yourself. Thank you.
So as you can see, Santa Ana's future is bright, and we're honored to have him. For the sake of time, we're going to just give everybody a certificate for the photo, but thank you all so much. And let's quickly give them out. Mona, you can take this to Principal Bishop. Lynn Lee, outstanding teacher, thank you. Yes, Israel, Kristen, Estuardo, Carolina, and Michael. And again, special thanks also to our school board member, Alfonso Alvarez, for being here. We'll take a photo, and then we will continue. Everybody squeeze in, de ladito, as they say.
Can we have you guys come together a little more? Thank you. Sorry. 1, 2. Yeah.
Let's give them all another big round of applause. Thank you.
Now I'm going to call on Councilmember Vince Sarmiento, and he's going to conduct our next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I have, I call him our water czar. Maybe he can come up here and join me. Nabil Sabah, come on up and join me. And, you know, as we see our students kind of walk out, I'm going to be talking about water, but as the only attorney up here on the City Council, I want to especially applaud the efforts of Judge Macias, the teachers, the counselors, and especially the students and parents. You know, people don't realize how difficult the whole legal profession is, and for students at this young age to be getting some background, getting some training, getting some exposure to the legal profession is really invaluable. So I think that, you know, just know you all that, you know, where you come from does matter. I think because you come from Santa Ana, you realize that, you know, you carry an extra responsibility. And I think you realize that you carry a whole community with you when you go into law school, when you go take the LSAT, the entrance exam, when you take the bar. So as a product of the public school system here in Santa Ana, I want to especially applaud what you do because, you know, it's funny, our paths are different, but when we do go into that law school exam or bar exam, you realize that our path sometimes makes us value that profession that much more. And because maybe our path was more difficult and more challenging, it means that much more when we complete it. So I applaud your efforts. So thank you for everything that you all do. So let's talk water. Neil, come on up. And so I have the privilege of recognizing some artists that are helping us think about water, about conservation, about this valuable resource that we have. And these are the winners of the Santa Ana Water Youth Poster Contest. And we have different age groups that we're going to be recognizing here tonight. And I think we're going to scroll through some of the art, right? So you'll see some of the great artwork that is going to be on display. And I want to begin by starting with just a few key points on this. Today we're going to be celebrating 12 young artists that have inspired us with their creativity and messaging about our most precious resource today, water. And if you all haven't heard, you know, the governor, I think, today was talking about water specifically because he believes that we're still not out of this drought. We're still dealing with, you know, a scarcity of water, and it looks like he may maybe not mandatorily, but voluntarily reintroduce some of the conservation efforts that he instituted just a few years ago when we were right in the middle of a 4-year drought. Last year was the first year that we had a very seasonal hydrology, something that reflected what we normally should be, but we always have to realize we live in a desert. It's a very arid area, so we just have to conserve this that much more and value it. So these students help us remember how important this is, and we have some finalists out of more than 400 entries from 24 schools. Our 12 judges recognize these young people that best demonstrated how important water is as a resource to really, our part of the country, which has always been very, water challenged. So the posters will be displayed outside of City Council chambers, so you'll be able to see those, and they're going to be featured in this year's Water Quality Report. And it's going to be something that you all should really feel proud of, because these students are learning the value of conservation of water and how to make sure that we take care of our resources here. Let's begin by recognizing Nabil. Should we begin with our youngest first? So we're going to go from our ages 5 through 8, the finalists, and we have different schools that are participating in this. And our first finalists in that age group from 5 to 8, so that's kindergarten to 3rd grade, Johan Bay from Santiago Elementary. Where are you, Johan? Let's give him a big round of applause. So the next finalist in that age group is Cristalline Mascarenas from Jim Thorpe Elementary. Where are you, Cristalline? Very nice. And our finalist from Lowell Elementary, Nayeli Luis Martinez. Is Nayeli with us? See, kids like to fist bump. I don't know if they like to give a formal handshake, so we just fist bump up here. So, Nayeli, you're our grand prize winner, so hold it up really high. Let's hold it up really high. So, by the way, this contest was launched 3 years ago, and it's been a great success, right, Nabil? So, it's brought an awareness to all of us, and it makes us enjoy it, because look, who wants to see a stale poster that's made by adults with a bunch of graphics? Those really open our eyes and open our minds, so that's what's more special about those. So, let's go to our next age group, which is 9 to 12. Our finalists here from Santiago Elementary, Matthew Bay. Is Matthew with us? Come on up, Matthew. Matthew Bay from Santiago. Next, from Lowell Elementary, Sarai Santiago. Where's Sarai? Sarai just wanted her certificate, and she's going back to the line. So the grand prize winner in that age group from 9 to 12 is Brianna Moreno from Madison Elementary. Yay, Madison! Is Madison in the house? Madison's in the house out there, though? Madison's in the house. All right. So, okay, Brianna's our representative from there. So now going to our junior high school students, ages 13 through 14, and I'm not sure, are those the 13 through 14 artwork? Look at that. It's impressive. So one of our finalists there from Lathrop Intermediate, all three are from Lathrop Intermediate in this age group. Elena Arechiga. Elena? Thank you, Elena. And the next finalist is Stephanie Lopez, also from Lathrop. See, they're a little older, so they can shake hands with me. So, the grand prize winner in this 13 to 14 age group from Lathrop Intermediate as well. Man, Lathrop was a clean sweep on this from Deborah Sanchez. Deborah. Good job, Deborah. So here, coming to our last age group here. This is our high school students, right? And this is representing 2 high schools here. But our first finalist is Monica Rodriguez. Thank you, Monica. And our other finalist is Julissa Julian. All right, I got the pronunciation right, so I feel better. But that was so Godinez and Saddleback, and our grand prize winner is also from Saddleback, and that's Alberto Rodriguez. Alberto. He's representing, he's got that Saddleback t-shirt. So these are our finalists here, and our grand prize winners, but it's, you know, look, it's a testament to the parents, it's a testament to the students, the teachers. I see Lisa here. I know that it takes a village, right? We all do it together. So we just wanted to make sure we recognize you and say thank you for helping us bring awareness to this really important issue. And for me, you know, look, we just need to keep talking about water because there's a lot of it that's going to affect our lives. And I want to especially thank Tram Lee from the Arts and Culture. He's a specialist here with the City of Santa Ana. Elizabeth Cardenas from the Art of Change. Alicia Rodriguez with the Delhi Center. And these three folks served as our judges, and they had a very, very difficult job, as you can tell. 400 entries, 24 different schools. So these guys deserve a big round of applause. Look, our water czar always wants to say a little something. He's going to keep it short, but he's going to say a little something. Nabil Sabah.
I just like to thank the Santa Ana Unified School District for allowing us to allow our kids to participate in this very important issue, water, and bring awareness to them about water. And we'd like to also thank our judges and our school principals, teachers, our teachers, and everyone that has put in effort in this competition. Like Councilman Sarmiento mentioned, we had 400 entries, which is magnificent. Every year, this is our third year, and every year we get more and more participation, which is great. Again, I thank everyone, and thank you.
All right, parents, so get your cameras ready. We're going to take a picture with your kids. So I'm going to drop this down, and we're all going to strike a pose, right? We're going to strike a pose back here. Thank you all very much.
Councilman, we're going to do one inside the dice and then one outside.
Get in nice and close. We're going to go get nice and tight. And if you're a little bit taller, go behind that front. You guys slide over to the back row. Slide over this way. Slide over. Don't block anybody. Perfect. You guys, everybody look right here. Nice, you guys. Never big smiles. You guys are so proud. That's perfect. Good. Couple more. You guys look on the road. Thank you. Nice job. You guys look great. Yeah, nice. All right. We'll do one more. We'll tighten it up a little.
Join us for a picture before you go.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Oh, you are going to take a photo? Go ahead. Just go ahead and start.
Should I go take a picture at one go?
It's up to you.
I'm just going to
All right.
move the meeting along. Great. If I can please have the congressional nominations. I'm not going to say all the names, but if you all can come on up, and also Claudio Gallegos. Claudia, please join us. So today we're doing certificates of recognition for the congressional nomination to the U.S. Service Academies. The individuals, as they come, that will be standing before me have all been nominated by Congressman Correa to the U.S. Service Academy. Come on all up. These students have grown up in Santa Ana and have overcome much adversity to be here, and have worked tirelessly to be nominated for a U.S. Academy. To even be considered for a nomination and acceptance to the Academy, applications must maintain a weighted GPA of 3.6 or higher. The applicants must also be involved in extracurricular activities such as after-school sports, after-school programs, and after-school clubs. Furthermore, leadership role in their chosen curricular activities as highly recommended. Thus, these students have to maintain their high GPA as well as their other schedule. Today, we recognize the U.S. Academy's congressional nominees for their dedication to their hard work and their perseverance. I'm going to ask for Claudio, if he can please join me up here first, just to give some remarks on behalf of our congressman. I always want to call him senator. I'm just so accustomed to that. So, if you can just speak briefly on behalf of our congressman, and I know he's delighted and certainly doing great work for us in Washington, and just these amazing students that we'll be recognizing here today.
Thank you. So the congressman wishes he could be here today, but we want to honor these very bright individuals who put their names forth to attend the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis and the United States Merchant Marine Academy. It's not an easy task, and this is our first year doing the nomination, or given a slate of nominees. And we really see what a bright future Santa Ana has. It was a very competitive process. We saw many students come through who are very driven, very motivated, and are an example to the peers in their community. Many of them grew up in some of the tougher neighborhoods of Santa Ana, and they did not let that adversity get in the way. It made them work harder. And seeing our slate of nominees, and not all could be here tonight, but knowing this slate of nominees, it's people like them, many of them first-generation Americans who make America great. So thank you very much. The future's bright because of you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos, and I would like to thank our Congressman Lou Correa as well for nominating these exceptional young students. So I asked them who would like to speak on behalf of them, and they were all kind of shy, but Danielle is going to come and share some words. Danielle, can you please come up here and just share some great wisdom and your experience in being nominated?
All right. Let's see, where to start? Well, I'd like to say, I guess, thank you, Claudio, everyone that, helped us get this far, helped us with the nomination. It was, let's just put it straightforward, it wasn't easy. It's a lot of hard work. I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure everyone here can say there's a lot of hours, a lot of, late nights, early mornings, hard days at practice, days where you just want to give up because you're tired, but you know that you have to keep pushing forward because you have to, there's something that you want to achieve, and there's something that you have a goal and you're going to go for it. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, and that's it.
Thank you, Danielle. We are certainly very proud of all of you, and so we want to get closer, want to give you all a certificate of recognition awarded, and I'm going to say all of your guys' names because I think it's important for our residents and the community to understand the great sacrifice and work that these young men and women have done, and really to be recognized not just here, but recognized by our Congressman Lou Correa. And I know that he doesn't take a program like this very lightly. He's always wanting to make sure that we support the best and brightest of our students here in this community, and certainly wanting to thank him for his exceptional work in Washington, D.C., and continuing to help build a pipeline here for future generations to come. And so with that, this is a special certificate of recognition awarded to Danielle Rodriguez in recognition of your service, the Academy and nomination to the U.S. Naval Academy and the U.S. Air Force Academy. This is a certificate of recognition awarded to Seth Chavez in recognition of your Service Academy nomination to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. All right. Next is Grant P. Cuevas in recognition of your Service Academy nomination to the U.S. Naval Academy. All right. I always tell folks that decide to go into the Merchant or to the Naval Academy that if they want a good job, you know those you see at the Long Beach Airport and the LA Airport, those tugboats that they're pushing? You know, those pilots, you know how much money they make? The 12 of them that are in Los Angeles make over $350,000 a year, only work about 11 days a month. It's a great profession, so think about that. A lot of times people don't talk about that, but they are the highest paid in the city of Los Angeles. Next is Zoe Alora Velez in recognition of your Service Academy nomination to the U.S. Naval Academy. So don't forget about that job. Congratulations to all of you. Take a picture. Great. You guys have a good day. Thank you. Next, we are going to do certificates of recognition for the participants of the City of Santa Ana General Plan Advisory Group. And so if I could have all of you please join me up here. Claudia Arianas, Phil Becerra, Marlene Burton, Andrew Coquette, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, Barry Cotto, Kathy Davis Bowman, Lynette Guzman, Peter Katz, Tish Leon, Nancy Mejia, Beatrice Mendoza, Isaac Michaka, Laura Morphine, Kinwin Gil, Simon, Soledad Valentin, Oren Williams. Looks like the majority of you all here. And if we can please have Candida come up here as well. So these folks have dedicated an entire year to our update of our general plan, and prior to our former planning director leaving, Hassan Hagani, you know, he put this advisory committee together really to make sure that we get input from various stakeholders throughout our community. And I just wanted to share some points because our staff put some things together. But before I do, I just personally want to thank them all for their hard work and really meeting I think you guys met every month? Every single month for an entire year, and various personalities, right? Always wanting to come together really to ensure that we have the appropriate participation to making sure that we move this city forward with its general plan. And I know we have Phil here who has a planning background, and so with you, all the rest of you, whether you're in business, whether you're a developer, or whether you're just a community resident wanting to give the input that is needed and necessary, because ultimately this vision document of this general plan should have a bottoms-up approach. And I think the intent is one that is important as we move forward. And if you look at these individuals, they certainly have provided some amazing input. There's a report in our city council agenda. There's an attachment for those of you to review and making sure some of the conversations and topics that they discuss were very robust. And so just really wanting to thank them. I know everyone couldn't make it, so there was 18 individuals that were invited to participate in the group, each of which represent, as I mentioned earlier, a diverse community and serve as ambassadors for each of their respective constituencies, such as seniors, youth, business, school neighborhoods, community organizations, and members of city boards and commissions. The advisory group met through 2017 and came together for an impressive 14 meetings to discuss the general plan vision, core values, and goals and policies. These goals and policies will become the foundation of the general plan update that will be released later this year. I would like to formally recognize the members of the general plan group for their efforts and contributions to the general plan update and effort and really provide these certificates of recognition. But I would like to take a moment and ask if Candida would like to say a couple words about the process, or one of the members of the advisory committee that participated. I was like, they're all going to be shy? What's going on here? Okay, Candida.
This was an amazing experience, and I would really like to talk about recognize the two people in the very back row who are probably most important in making this process work. Vernie Carvajal and Melanie McCann. So.
Any advisory member would like to come and talk about their experience? Peter?
You know, it's hard to pull together different parts of the city, whether you're bringing businesses and residents and neighborhood together, and we realize that economic development and affordability of housing, our environment and our transportation are key, but we really wanted to bring together that third rail in the community that slows down gentrification in the community, and that's what you call open space, a community space, like corner coffee shops, small parks, safe places, daycare centers, community centers, and these are the kinds of things that hold the community together, yet they don't bring a lot of money into a community, so those are left behind. And so we wanted to raise those important issues about the health of our community, the environment of our community, and the safety of our kids in our community.
Peter, we have a Band-Aid for you. I see that you're bleeding. Yes. Fantastic. So we have various members. I'm not going to, just in the interest of time, and where's our mayor before he starts alerting me? I do want to make sure that, I won't mention all the names, but those of you who are here, I do want to make sure to recognize you, dedicating your time to this very important, really, document that really hasn't been updated, a comprehensive update of our general plan. It's been over 30 years. And so to be able to get these amazing individuals to sit down and really talk through the various elements and really trying to bring something forward, as we talked about earlier, a foundation that is going to really help the city, really provide the next vision for the next really 10 to 20 years is extremely important. And so I'm really excited that they were able to participate, and as we move forward with more community engagement, I just hope the rest of our residents will continue to be engaged in this important process. And so with that, certificate of recognition to Claudia Arianas in recognition of, Claudia, please join me up here in recognition of your dedication and contributions to the General Plan Advisory Group. Here you go. Next we have here Mr. Phil Becerra, in recognition of your dedication and contributions to the general plan. Get that. Thank you. You're welcome. Marlene, please join me up here. Congratulations and thank you. Andrew? No. Okay, great. Let me see. Barry Cottle's here. Yes, thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
I don't see Kathy Davis Bowman. Lynette Guzman? No, don't see her here. Okay, let me see Tish. Peter Katz? Tish Leone. I'm like, you're bleeding. Hold on. I'm like shaking everybody's house hand. No, Isaac, we have here. Laura Morphine. All right, thank you, Laura. Ethica. How do you pronounce your last name? Exanaik. All right, and I think that is it. And I'll go ahead and give this off to Candida. So thank you all so very much. Oh. You're bleeding.
To Sal. From me to Sal, one who's feedback. Next week or whenever you see him next. When is he coming next? Just send it to his councilman or whatever. people here. You want to do it for them? Yeah. Have Jose do it.
I am up again, and Councilmember Tinajero was going to join me for this presentation, but he's not with us, so I will begin. I'd like to invite up everybody with this great new organization that we're going to introduce, Foot on Wheels. I know some of the key board members are here, like Angel Orea, Jesus Rodriguez, Mariana Perez, Araceli Gonzalez. I'm recognizing them for starting this group, but also to wish them well on their current and future successes. This new group, Foot on Wheels, is the group that provides a lot of delicious food to Santa Ana residents and visitors. And I know people come from very far away to enjoy our tacos at our food trucks, our hamburgers at our food trucks, and a lot of other great dishes. I'm pleased also to recognize this group because last year when the council was considering guidelines for the food truck and the produce truck industry, there was misinformation with some thinking that we wanted to ban food trucks, and that was never the intention. The intention was always we have a thriving industry. We think we can do better. We also think that we can work hand in hand with our neighborhood so that all our neighborhoods accept them where they are, integrate them more into the business community, make sure that there's safety for them and their customers, because sometimes maybe they're in the past too close to the intersection or on streets where the speed's too fast, and we want everybody to be safe and to enjoy good quality food. Angel Orea, by the way, is no newcomer to the city. He knows about forming associations because he helped form the Santa Ana Soccer Association. So if you know anything about politics in Santa Ana and community involvement and tough issues and use of scarce resources, the soccer communities know that, and Angel was the president of that group for many years. This group was formed last year in 2007. It was formed to assist the food truck community to work with the city on what these guidelines should be. So you might remember that there were a number of delays last year on all the rules, and part of it was because they were working with city staff and city leaders on good faith regulations to help the industry, not hurt the industry, and I think we were able to achieve that. And then now also they're part of the education team. They're working with other food truck leaders and produce trucks leader on understanding the ordinance and making it work. They've been extremely valuable within their group and others on licensing issues, knowledge of available locations, understanding the rules. There's currently in this organization about 60 food trucks. The organization is still growing. And overall, between the members of this group as well as produce trucks and other related trucks, we think there are about 400 food trucks. And they all provide value in the community. I know when I did a tour with them and I asked the customers, where are you coming from? And it'd be from Rialto, Los Angeles, San Diego, and I'm all, you guys have tacos in your community, food trucks, why do you come here? And it's because we have the best tacos and the best food trucks in all of California. So we're really proud of that. Yes, round of applause. That does deserve a round of applause. They're recruiting more folks, and again, the organization continues. And they also have a long-term vision. I think when we worked with soccer leaders some years ago, it wasn't just about creating rules. It's about how can we make you as an organization successful? How can we grow? How can we partner with you in doing more events and bigger events? So, for example, these leaders have started conversations with everybody on the council. And I know, in particular, Councilmember Martinez has been very involved. Sal Tinajero, I mentioned, Ben Sarmiento, and others on ideas. So, for example, part of the bigger agenda, too, is greening this industry. Right now, often with these food trucks are parked somewhere, they're running on a generator, or they're putting, other pollution-emitting, items, particles into the air, and it's not good. We'd like to, for example, create outlets for them where they could go green in that regard, and not have the inconvenience of buying, the different types of fuel for that. So it's healthy and it's good. We're also talking about, they're willing to contribute to the city, and have a fee where they have maybe spaces reserved certain periods of time, because some of these vehicles, to reserve their space for that special evening spot, some of them will put a car there just to take up the spaces all day long, even though they don't need it. It's just to reserve the space. And there are arrangements where we can make maybe where there are hours where they can have a dedicated spot and know that it'll be there for them, and then in turn pay a fee to the city so we could regulate it and enforce it and sponsor other services as well. So we have a big vision. We've also been talking, and this is also the general plan element and also use of our surplus spaces we have. We want to create food truck islands like other cities and other states have, where there are areas where there's multiple number of these food trucks and there's proper seating, entertainment, green opportunities for children, a broad array of, food opportunities and entertainment options. Also with this great environment and industry, why don't we have a big food truck festival that everybody could be a part of and enjoy? And that is also part of the vision that this group has. So today it's my honor really just to introduce the group. I know we're going to have their president, Angel, say a few words. It's my honor to, on behalf of our mayor and city council and the community, to thank them for all their vegetarian tacos and quesadillas as well as their meat items as well. Let's give them a big round of applause.
I was going to say a little bit about the organization, but he said it all already. So, no, you know what? I just want to thank Mayor Pulido. I want to thank all the council members, especially the ones that spend a lot of time with us, which is Jose Solorio, Sal Tinajero, and Ben Sarmiento, Juan, and everybody. I think that, what we started is a great opportunity for all of us. Thank you very much, and you guys have a good day.
Now, Councilmember Jose.
Go out and enjoy some tacos.
All right. Are you going to give some to the crowd after all that talk? All right. Councilmember Villegas, please.
And if I can have the organization Human Options join me up here, please. Love Shouldn't Hurt. That is the name of a campaign put on by Human Options, and it's regarding teen dating violence. There is such a thing as dating violence. Touchy subject, especially in the Latino community, because we don't talk about those type of things. It's taboo, but here we are to educate everyone. And so this one great organization that's doing a lot of work, and believe me, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, is Human Options. And I asked them to come join me because here in the month of February, we're recognizing National Teen Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. If I can have, would you come forward and please.
Good evening. Thank you, Councilmember Villegas, for the proclamation, and thank you, council members, for honoring the proclamation and for naming February Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. It's been amazing to sit here and watch all of the teens that are just powerfully speaking in the community, and to know that they are the future. And for Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, if we can really elevate the conversation around teen dating violence and make sure that they know that healthy relationships can happen and should happen, then we have a bright future. We actually on Saturday are hosting a teen dating violence conference for teens and their parents, and we are so excited. If any of you are wanting to come, it starts at 9:30 a.m. Saturday at Carr Intermediate, and we'll be focusing on conversations that are very difficult to have. A year ago when we had this conference in Costa Mesa, I was so impressed by a young father who was talking to his daughter for the very first time about not so much about what he didn't want for her, because that's something that comes very easy and naturally bubbly, right? We began to talk about, I don't want to see you do this, don't date that person. But what he sat down to do is really talk to her about all of the important things he did want to see for her. And it meant really somebody who cared for her, somebody who respected her, and really what that meant. And that conversation, I can tell you, for that young girl meant for the very first time she was seeing what it's like to have a positive interaction and positive communication with the male. And so fathers have a direct impact, mothers have an impact. It's a great opportunity to just elevate a conversation. Our youth are our future. Thank you so much for recognizing that.
Thank you very much. There's so much I could say about your organization. I know them firsthand. I understand that one of my friends used to be an instructor there, and they would also go out and to speak to the teen athletic departments in all the schools. Great speaker, and he's moved on, but he did a number of years with your organization. It's just, I was always impressed with the information they put out, and definitely a need to know for everyone. If you could both please stand here, thank you. And so, on behalf of the mayor and city council, please accept this proclamation for the month of February, a National Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Fred, if you can have us join us up here, and your lovely wife.
Michelle, I'm going to turn this over to you as well in a moment, because I know we're all very close to Fred. And actually, I want council members that wish to make comment to do so. But as I turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem, let me just say, to Fred, Fred, why don't you stand right here so everybody knows, and your wife, why don't you come behind you, right next to him, please. This is a really special guy. He has been working in public works here for how many years now, Fred? 3.5. Seems like more than that. He says 3.5, but it seems like more because he works all the time. He works very aggressively. He always follows up. I'm really sorry to see him, to lose him, but he's going to Los Angeles, which is close to his home, much closer to where he lives. And right now, the poor guy spends hours every day on the freeways, causing pollution, causing stress, making angry people on traffic and all. But he comes here with a smile. I know he's going to do a wonderful job for the city of Los Angeles. I think he's going to be the deputy director of streets or something like that. But couldn't happen to a nicer guy. But we are fortunate to have him here for the time that we did as our public works director. I know he worked very closely with the city council, so I would be remiss if I didn't invite them to make comment. Do you want to go last? Michelle bought him a special. It's really nice stuff, Fred. So we'll let her go last. Because this is from Michelle. This is not like a tile from the city, which I'm going to present you here in a moment. Let me present it now. This is a tile to Executive Director, Public Works Agency, September 2014 through February 2019, Fred. It's a title, so you have to hang out another year. No, it says February 2018. But thank you for your years of service, Fred.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure working with you, Fred. I always thought you had the coolest pair of eyeglasses. Every time I see you have a different set, but I wish you well, and thank you for all your good work.
Thank you.
Before some of the work I did, I worked at OCTA for 8 years. And so I appreciate a good public works director when I see one. And so when I joined the council again, I had a few meetings. I'm going, wow, this guy really knows what he's doing. And he had ideas that were so good that I did research to validate them that they were good, and they were in fact good. And some really are still going to be part of the city agenda. Part of it is something called Gigabit City, where we have high-speed fibers to connect the business industry and students with some of the best, fiber, so that we can be faster and better and smarter. And then secondly, every now and then we fix our roads, but we don't really have a permanent ongoing source of funds to keep them maintained. Well, he has a plan. And it's ready to go, and I'm still a big believer in it. We're going to implement it, and when we do these two projects and others, I'm going to remember Fred, because they were outstanding ideas. He had them all teed up, and they're still teed up, and we're going to do them, and we're going to miss you, and we'll keep you posted.
I guess we're all warm up to Mayor Pro Tem, so we'll just go ahead and be brief. But Fred, they say that when you go to a place, you want to leave it better than how you found it. And we can honestly say that about Santa Ana, because nowhere do we see the changes like in the streets. There's more bicycle lanes. There's more bulb outs. He's made it a safer city. He's reduced traffic. And it's not an easy thing to make sure people are safe here in this city. So Fred, you have left an impact on all of us and all of our residents. So I want to thank you on behalf of all of them and a grateful city for all the good work that you did. All I can tell you is that, our loss is Los Angeles' gain. So continue doing great work. Don't forget about us and come back around and say hello. Good luck. Thank you.
Good evening. I have the distinction of being Fred's predecessor, and here I am to see him leave. In the short time that I've been here, Fred, it's been a pleasure working with you. And, as a former public works director, I can certainly say with some authority that you were a very visionary leader, and your legacy will continue well past your tenure, and I'm very happy to have worked with you. Congratulations.
I'm not going to get emotional. I just wanted to, really recognize Fred. Really 3.5 years ago, when we were looking for a public works director, I remember telling our prior city manager, David Cavazos, you need to find the best, brightest, and somebody that has a big vision, that is willing to come here and really be bold with their ideas. And certainly that was Fred. That's one thing that I can say, that his ideas were extremely bold and visionary, that, we didn't see here for a very long time in this city. And so I want to thank you personally, Fred, because in the 3.5 years, and there's a lot about Fred that I can talk about, but I want to talk about something in particular, because prior to Fred, we had Raul Godinez is our public works director, and he started that process in regards to active transportation and wanting to make sure that we put an emphasis on bikeability and walkability, but more importantly, with an emphasis on safety. And certainly when Fred came on board and we had these initial conversations, and he made a tremendous progress in Redlands and the transformation that he was able to make, I was just super excited. I'm like, oh my God, this guy is the right dude. He's going to make things happen for Santa Ana. And sure enough, within a small period of time, we started to see transformation. And I just wanted to share with you just a couple of things. So Fred helped secure over $30 million in active transportation grants in the last 2 years. Of course, with this amazing staff that he has on board. He implemented the first citywide comprehensive active transportation program in Orange County, helped Santa Ana become the first city to use the green paint to increase of bike lanes. And I think many of us who are residents have seen these green paintings of our bike lanes. We could thank Fred for that, and of course his amazing staff. And then he also tripled the number of bike lanes. Class 1, we had a pretty decent network, but our Class 2, literally didn't have much of our Class 2. And over the years, we've actually tripled that amount, and that would not have happened if we didn't have a leader like Fred. I also wanted to talk about two other important things that we embarked on beyond the Vision Zero, which is the Santa Ana Mobility Plan, but more importantly, and Councilman Solorio talked about that, you know, our vision as it pertains to wanting to move forward towards the 21st century and making sure that we have the tools necessary to get us there. And he is someone early on when we talked about wanting to make sure that we look at having a dark fiber network or fiber network period. He was excited. He loves big ideas and big visions, and it's unfortunate that he won't be here to see that. But what we need to understand, it was someone like him that was willing to take those kinds of risks, and someone like him that was willing to look at those ideas. And when you look at these kinds of ideas or big dreams, sometimes some of us will think, this may not come true. But obviously, when you're able to share those ideas and you get a city council and a staff to buy into those, and certainly we're a little slow, we're going to get there, we're going to see more transformation, and that's coming. And so wanting to thank you for that. And then lastly, the Smart Santa Ana, something that I consider as your baby. Right? The Smart Santa Ana is, again, being able to, how are we going to be able to capitalize to make sure that we're able to maintain our roads, you know, with our deferred maintenance, but more importantly, how are we going to be able to pay for all these active transportation investments and infrastructure? Most of our investments in infrastructure come from grant funds. And so, you know, having a different opportunity to look at a different fee structure to help maintain and sustain a program like Smart Santa Ana when we do move forward in that direction is going to be a game changer for the city of Santa Ana. And those are just a couple of things that Fred really did here in his short time. But more importantly, I think the commitment that he made to making sure that we're able to provide a space for our residents to feel safe when they walk and bike was probably the biggest accomplishment that we've had in our Public Works Department when we talk about a lasting change and being able to put plans together to making sure that the 54% or so residents that don't have access to a personal vehicle here in this community will be able to walk or bike to get onto a bus or to school in a safe manner. We've seen the roundabouts, the various other infrastructure, facilities throughout our city, and there's more to come. And it's obvious that this was the man behind all of that. I'm somebody that has pushed, but what I always say that you need champions at all levels. You need champions with our grassroots, with our residents. You need champions at the staff level because they're the ones that are going to implement and facilitate the policies that council set. And so nothing could get done without the right staff on board to make that happen. And it's Fred that has been able to deliver that for this great city of Santa Ana. And so I truly want to thank you because you left a lasting change here in this community, and I will forever be grateful to you, and I certainly understand our residents. So when you see a new street light coming on and you're seeing those improvements, it was because of Fred and his entire staff pushing us in that direction. And so you're going to be missed, Fred, and so I wanted to give you a token of my appreciation on behalf of the residents of this community and my colleagues. It's a small gift. I put this together. I'm not very artistic, but just wanted to just share this with you. We got you a bike, and it's a one-way. Obviously, you're leaving, so you're one way out to Los Angeles. He's very GQ, so I got him this very nice bike tie, 100% silk, that you can wear on Bike to School Week, and also a coffee mug that I wanted to just share with you and just thank you for the great work that you've done.
Fred, maybe you'd like to say a few words?
Yeah, very short. Thank you. I'm really humbled by all your kindness, word of kindness for me. And it's a privilege and honor for the last 3.5 years to serve this great city, which I called home for the last 3.5 years. And I also need to give all the credit to my staff. They accomplished a whole lot in the last 3.5 years, and they worked hard. They're a very talented group of people, and so I want to acknowledge them as well. And with that, as I said, my promise to the council when I started was to leave the agency and the city better than I found it, and I hope I fulfilled that. With that, thank you very much.
Group photo, Fred.
With that, I'm going to start other aspects of the city council and ask the city attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session, please?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we do have a couple items to report out. In the first matter of our workers' compensation appeals matters, the City Council unanimously approved a settlement of $29,424 in the first case, the Manriquez case, and in the Lampman case, the City Council approved a settlement of $40,952. We do not have reportable action on the other items, but the City Manager will give you reportable action on the public employee appointment matters.
Go ahead, Ms. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is really my pleasure to announce that the City Council has affirmed a couple of my selections for executive offices within the city. I'll start off with, for the Office of Chief of Police, the Council affirmed my appointment, and that would be for David Valentin, our acting chief, to serve as our permanent Chief of Police for the City of Santa Ana. Chief. Chief Valentin has 27 years with this department, and he's served in virtually all areas of the police department, including SWAT commander. He's had 15 years at the management or command level of experience. He's also previously served as chief of police for Santa Ana Unified School District on loan from our department to the school district. The school district is probably the third largest post agency in California. He's got a host of educational accomplishments that have all prepared him for the office of Chief of Police. He's a local person raised here in the city of Santa Ana. He got a couple of associate degrees from Santa Ana College, a bachelor's from Fullerton, an MPA from Cal State Fullerton. He's been to the FBI National Academy and a host of other trainings. And frankly, in the short time that I've been here, I've been witness to his leadership skills, and I'm very, very comfortable with this appointment. I want to thank the council for the support and affirming my decision here to serve as our chief. Next, I have made a decision on our next executive director of personnel. And for that, we have no less a candidate. We have a gentleman who is uniquely qualified. He's served 22 years already as a director for a neighboring city. It's a full-service city with fire and police, so he comes with a host of experience there. 22 years, he's been through all the cycles, economic cycles, the upturns and the downturns. Again, his education is impeccable. He has a public administration degree, a bachelor's from USC. He's got a master's in business administration with an emphasis on executive leadership from the University of San Diego. He's been to the Harvard Senior Executive Fellows Program recently in 2017, and he also holds a Juris Doctorate from Thomas Jefferson School of Law based out of San Diego. He's got a host of accomplishments. He's very well respected in his field. And so it is my pleasure to announce Mr. Stephen Pham joining us as our Executive Director of Personnel. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. As we go to consent calendar, I have two speakers. Let me have them both addresses. They're speaking on item 13B. And I'm going to say Elia Tesglin, followed by Robert Tesglin. Please come on down. No, 13B. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pulido and respectful Santa Ana City Council. My name is Ilya Tseglin. I keep coming to you almost every year meeting, pleading for life of my innocent son Nate Tseglin, kidnapped, removed on the basis of fabricated accusation sent to social services and police by CEO of Orange County Regional Center, Larry Landauer, and his employees. I can tell you that I prepare everything, all my case I submitted to city attorney. I trust her and I see that she saw that we are not guilty. I can tell any public that we are not guilty and prove it. But it's absolutely not decent that me, my family, and other family threatened by Orange County Regional Center that if we talk, they will prepare and send fabricated report to police to arrest and destroy our families. That's what I ask you. I know that you can help. You are very intelligent and people who can I trust. And I want to ask the police department to assist me with fair report to save life, innocent my son, and reunite him with my family. I know that him, Larry Landauer, and director of DDS, they are fabricating report for profiteering, and one day they will come down with legal people who are making the court decision that will serve not people, but this kind of people like Larry Landauer and DDS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wanted to comment on the item, and as my father alluded to my brother's case with regard to lack of ethics and so forth. As I stated before, my brother Nate was kidnapped 3 times, once in 2007, 2012, 2013 in Irvine by the same Irvine Police Department. In contempt of 3 judicial orders, 3 writs of habeas corpus, he was placed in the 903 South Harmon Group Home in Santa Ana, where he's been confined for over approximately 4 years now, since 2014. In contempt of the judicial order that was supposed to release him on December 31st, 2013. But who cares that the DDS's petition was denied, an ex-party petition was denied, and he was released. They filed a petition 2 months later, same relitigated evidence to remove conservatorship. 1 year and 7 months later, after numerous reports and allegations of the conservatee, my brother having seizures, EPS, they removed conservatorship, using relitigative evidence, sealing the trial, taking pictures of his using pictures of his genitals to seal the trial. They didn't explain why they did that, and so forth. They removed conservatorship from parents, relitigated evidence, put him in the group home. Now all the county agencies, Adult Protective Services and so forth, supposed to do their job, care about that he's allegedly being physically abused, sexually abused, so forth, but most importantly, psychotropically abused, public defender. We know that's the Orange County Board of Supervisors' fault. Santa Ana, we had before, there were a couple times when the police did cooperate and we did come in, and he did report seizures and EPS. Of course, police are not doctors and so forth. But as I alluded to before, if it could be arranged, law enforcement to allow for an individual who either needs to be seen by a doctor or medical expert, so forth, to enforce this, because obviously the group home doesn't allow, we're alleging the group home doesn't allow even any other visitors, and more importantly, the most important visitors would be medical experts who could evaluate him and be able to present. A doctor is a judge on medical issues, so present a case, and therefore he has to be released. He was released on 3 writs of habeas corpus. He's now confined in a group home instead of, developmental center. So that's what I would ask here. Maybe arrange for your police department to act as law enforcement in a usual situation to.
Robert, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, now I'm going to bring it back to council. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have items you wish to comment on for the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just very quickly, I just want to indicate that I'm a no on 25E and a no on 25F, and I would like to pull 25L.
All right, any other items from members of the city council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. Second by Benavidez. Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. Mayor Pro Tem, the one item you had?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is, and I think it's the right one. As I'm looking, was it 25E? Did I say 25L?
I think you said 25L.
It is correct. It is the agreement for the continuation of the Santa Ana Waste Free Days public education campaign in compliance with AB 939 and AB 1826. Definitely very supportive, and I just wanted to, I'm not sure if we have the appropriate staff here on this item. Mr. City Manager, in regards to the Santa Ana Waste Free Days at the Discovery Science Center, do we have the appropriate staff?
Yes, we do.
Just very quickly, definitely very supportive in knowing we need the education. And this agreement begins January 1 through December 30th, 2020 for $135,000 for a total agreement amount of $405,000. I just had a quick question as it pertains to those at the Discovery Science, because I know we're still doing the free days, but in regards to the education to zero waste and the programs that they're doing for recycling, are we keeping track of the residents that they're actually providing the education to?
Yes, we do get quarterly reports from the Discovery Science Center.
And is it possibly if we can get those just to make sure, and not maybe quarterly, but maybe once a year, so we can see exactly how many kids and maybe where, what areas they're coming from, because I think when you look at the central part of our city, that's, we're looking at recycling and wanting to move towards educating not only our residents but our students. I think those are the most difficult to serve, and I'm not sure if how many of them are actually going to our free days. Do they even know these programs even exist? Are we partnering up also with the school district to provide information that we are partnering up with the Discovery Science Center to give this kind of education? And so I just want to make sure we get our best bang for our buck, and wanting to make sure that we have our San Unified School District on board, but more importantly that we're able to outreach to our residents throughout the community, specifically maybe in the central part of our city, those that may not go to the Discovery Science, they don't know that those programs exist. I just think it's important for us to do whatever we possibly can to outreach to those specific parents and students.
So thank you for those comments, Councilor Solorio.
Yeah, on that same point, I had the opportunity today to attend a luncheon where Supervisor Anderdos spoke at, and some representatives from the Discovery Science Center was there, and I raised with them similar questions and concerns. Just on the practical side, the free days for Santa Ana residents at the Cube are on Tuesdays, which I think for the summer months is a decent day that's workable, but I think on those months where those Tuesdays are school days, that's not really a good day to be offering free days. I prefer that kids go to school and learn and follow the curriculum that they're supposed to. So I kind of pushed them to think about different schedules that can be good and premium for us. We know that they got to balance it out with when they have capacity, etc. But I do think there is a better option. And then on the whole, per the staff report, there's about 10,000 residents a year that benefit from this program on these free days. The average thus is about 900 per free Tuesday. And I said, look, you're given, that free Tuesday in February. I doubt that there's 900 individuals that day. And on a related note on where they're coming from, I worry, for example, that some of these Santa Ana residents are unincorporated Santa Ana, which is different than, those in, zip codes like 92706 or 5 or 1 or others. So it's been a great ongoing relationship, but we can make it better, and, let's work on those reports and on other schedules. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I think we have a motion and a second. Do we? If not, I'll entertain one. All right. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I believe that takes us to the business calendar.
Mr. Mayor, can we also, I'd like to make a motion
Go ahead.
that we excuse Councilman South Tinajero.
Okay.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 55A, I would entertain a motion.
Move the item.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. 55B, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, just with comment, I just want to thank, yep.
This one actually requires a presentation. It's a
Yes.
grant-funded project, and it does require a verbal presentation.
Yeah, the MSRC, yes. Great.
Okay. Go ahead.
PowerPoint. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm John Aguilar, the Facility and Fleet Manager, and I'm honored to be here tonight to share an opportunity, a funding opportunity, to help clean up the air in Santa Ana, or improve the air. Got it. Okay. We'll try to get right through this. MSRC's mission is to invest funds generated by registration on city vehicles, on vehicles in the state, and those funds are used to improve air quality by programs, and we'll talk about those. Some of those will involve vehicles, trucks, buses. MSRC has decided there are significant air quality challenges, and they're concerned about the ozone as it impacts, it creates respiratory illnesses, and they're concerned in the next few years it is going to get worse, not better. MSRC has targeted 45% reduction by the year 2023. And in doing so, that's pretty ambitious, but they believe they can do it with the incentives they're going to provide to the city, where we can go with zero or near zero emission vehicles. Air Quality Management Plan developed in 2016 has these measures in it, and means that we are the city that we are with subvention funds of $400,000. We qualify for electric charging stations, additional electric vehicles, and funding for that area. The MSRC is partnering with AQMD and the City of Santa Ana to improve quality, implement high-priority AQMP strategies, which include zero and near zero. The MSRC has received incentive funding for Santa Ana at the local partnership program. And this PowerPoint it was part of the criteria for the grant to show it to you. That's why we're here. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, we have Councilmember Vince Sarmiento, please.
Thank you for that presentation, and I'll be brief. Look, I think this partnership is a great idea. We have an acute problem here in the city because it's an older city that we're dealing now with amending the general plan. But as you know, and all of us on staff know, this city was developed basically with a lot of incompatibilities within it. So you have some very heavy industrial right up against some residential. To the extent that we also dig down a little deeper on the way we do land use planning, approval of permits for businesses that are coming in. I know there's a chrome plating plant that's coming into Ward 1. It's right up against a neighborhood. Tomorrow night, Madison Park Neighborhood Association is going to be addressing it. There's been a letter drafted on my behalf to AQMD, and I know the mayor served on it for a while. He's no longer on that board. But to the extent that they're more receptive to concerns of communities and neighborhoods in our city where we have these potentially impactful industries right in neighborhoods right across the street from an elementary school, near a high school where kids play, and the particulates in the air are very, very easy to read. The problem is that AQMD has a real tough time coming down here and taking readings and giving us findings on that. So I hope that this relationship will establish better communication. I know that they have some criteria for us to be able to have them qualify and have them eligible to come down and take readings for us. But there's a lot of concerns because in communities like ours that are older, these air quality and contaminant issues are very real, and we'd like them to be more receptive. So I'm glad that we're establishing a relationship with them, but I'd like them to be more receptive to the extent they can to our
We work really well with them, and we're very interested in what they have to offer. They regulate our generators, they regulate our boilers, so we work with them continually on all the facilities and the vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Francisco and his staff for moving forward with the MSRC to leverage and match our funds for the electrical vehicles. That was our conversation from last month, and just want to disclose for the record that I sit on the MSRC board on behalf of the Southern California region, on behalf of SCAG, and have the great fortune for the past 3 years to sit on this committee on behalf of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and we have a lot of funds that we've been given out, not only to the public sector, but to the private sector. And so this is just a matching component of that program that we have with cities and counties, but we also have opportunities for the private sector. So I just wanted to make mention, this is actually due, for our next round. It's closing in early March. And so I would just like to just inform our business community that if you are out there listening and you want to make sure that you move towards more green energy and looking at opportunities to transform your vehicles into electrical vehicles or CNG, we have that opportunity for us. The city in the past has received various MSRC funds, and so this is not the first time. And I just would encourage us to continue to leverage as much resources as we possibly can. And the MSRC is one here in Orange County where we haven't leveraged those funds. The Orange County Transportation Authority has been able to do so. Many of you that travel to Angel Stadium, using the train station or during the Orange County Fairgrounds and the bus transportation that they provide, actually the MSRC gives the Orange County Transportation Authority the funding to make that happen. And so we have a lot of opportunity, and just wanting to thank our staff again for moving forward and leveraging this opportunity that I'm certain I'll be voting on in a couple of months.
Please make a motion.
And I'll move this item forward.
Second.
We have 2 seconds. The clerk can choose. With that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. 65A.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the item very quickly here, and it's just a general plan update for the advisory group. And I just wanted to acknowledge where did Candida go? She actually left, but just the report was very comprehensive. Just wanting to thank them for putting that report together, because we hadn't really seen what the advisory committee was reviewing and what they were doing for the past 14 meetings. And so it was a really great report, and I thank her for providing that.
Receive and file?
Receive and file, so
Is there
I'll
a
make
second?
Motion to approve.
Those in favor, please say aye. No, those are, it's optional. Those opposed, motion carries. 65B. Any motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those approved, motion carries. 75A. This is time and place for a public hearing to consider a planning commission appeal on the Hampton Inn Hotel net development project. It was an impasse decision to change zoning in the district from 2056, 2058 North Bush Street. It's a CUP 2129 North Main Street, and variance number for 2115, 2123, and 2129 North Main. We have several speakers, quite a few actually. So let's go ahead and start with Mr. William Diaz, followed by Jess Evans, please. And after Jess Evans, Alan Vandervoort.
Good evening, Santa Ana City Council. May I begin? Good evening, Santa Ana City Council and distinguished guests. My name is William Diaz, and I reside in the proposed impacted area on Bush Street. During the last Planning Commission meeting, Kevin Coleman depicted the existing parking lot on Main Street as a mecca for deviant behavior and narcotics ingestion. However, when seeking information on crimes in the area, the Santa Ana Police Department referred me to a website called crimemapping.com, which paints a very different picture than the developer so passionately led us to believe. According to the site, there has not been a single reported crime in the existing parking lot since the date of the last Planning Commission meeting. However, while focusing on Main Street, in my search, the crimes listed, such as vehicle theft, burglaries, assaults, and impaired driving, are all within feet of established hotels on Main Street. The addition of yet another hotel on Main Street does not solve these crime issues, and in fact may do the opposite and exacerbate the currently existing crimes in this area. At the continuance hearing, Kevin Coleman invited guest speakers who benefited from the sale of their businesses. For this proposed project, they spoke about issues that do not exist. They do not live in the area. Their attempt to appeal to the pathos of the audience was rehearsed and self-serving. In the M&D, it states developers used Urban Land Institute shared parking analysis to reach a required number of parking spots on several acres of land, when in fact the shared parking analysis documents that many more parking spaces are needed than the developer alleges. The discrepancy of methodology in obtaining these figures may work in favor of the developer when hidden deeply in documents, but when made aware, the City Council should be compelled to order an environmental impact report to reach a true statistic of what is needed to effectively meet all the needs of all impacted parties. Additionally, the city's master plan of arterial highways currently designates Main Street as an arterial highway that is planned to expand to 6 lanes. I respectfully ask the members of the City Council if the proposed expansion of Main Street is being taken into account as you consider the approval of this new hotel project. The way I see it, even if there was already room for the hotel to be erected in a tiny parcel on 2129 North Main Street, how would approving the new building not hinder the city's master plan to expand this arterial highway from 4 lanes to 6? If we were the...
Just go ahead and wrap up. Give us your final thought.
Lastly, I'm appealing to you to consider the needs of... Oh, excuse me, my bad. This is where I'm going to close it up. I represent the many unheard voices in my community, including those who use the 92 stalls for visitation of family members and local established businesses. The ripple effect this project will create will surpass not just my community, but also hardworking families who hold jobs in the area, whether it be by choice or circumstance. Not considering these facts will be an indecorous and heedless action on our community.
Thank you. Jesse Evans?
Hello. My name is Jess Evans. I represent everyone at the residents of 2057 Bush Street. I understand your reasons for wanting this hotel project. It is perfectly placed to be at max capacity consistently. The hotel will be close to the best Orange County has to offer, like Disneyland, Angel Stadium, the Ducks, the Mall, the Bowers Museum, the Anaheim Convention Center, the Discovery Center, the Orange Circle, downtown Santa, and the beach. Believe me, I thoroughly understand this. I've been in Orange County my whole life. And how important this project is for Santa Ana. The City Council will get rid of some bills, make approximately what we've heard, $1 million on the property sale, and collect roughly $1 million in taxes a year, every year thereafter. I understand how vital this money is for Santa Ana, especially now, just like the value of our home is vital to my family. By removing the 2 vintage homes across the street, this project will affect the value of my home directly. By building a 7-story hotel next door, this will affect the value of our home directly. If the city of Santa Ana is going to protect its financial interest by going ahead with this project, I am going to respectfully insist that you buy our home. If the project gets approved tonight, I would ask the city to keep the light pollution out of our neighborhood, as well as the sign and its effects out of our neighborhood. Be as considerate as you can with this project, because you've encroached on the family that lives, all the families that live on Bush Street. And actually, thank you for paying attention to me, because watching you guys was a little offensive. I know you guys are here all the time. When people are talking to you and giving you their hearts, this isn't familiar to us. And when you're looking down and talking, that's extremely disrespectful. That was actually offensive.
Thank you. Alan Vanderpool? followed by Tanya Olano.
Good evening. I know this is really, it comes down to, it's just money. I get that. But from my perspective, there's little regard for the surrounding businesses, which I own a number of them, a number of the buildings that the businesses occupy. Also the public, and also your contingencies. Your contingency. Over 100 cars a day use that lot. They rotate in and out, and there's at least 70 cars parked in there pretty much all the time. Where are they going to park? You've not made any provisions for that, even though you've discussed it a few times. There's still no provisions for it. Nobody's presented any provisions for alternate parking. Because of the north and south freeway on-ramps on Main Street, there's also from 3 to 2 lanes abruptly in front of the museum. There's been enormous congestion, and also not to mention the traffic accidents and injuries. I've seen a number of them. On January 22nd, the planning department had serious issues with 3 of the requests for variances by the developer, and they were actually voted down 4 to 2. That hasn't been brought up, but that's exactly what happened in the planning meeting. And it doesn't have any weight here. Also, 4 of my commercial tenants depend on public parking and to sustain their businesses. And if you remove the parking, they will potentially lose their businesses. And I will probably have an unrentable building that's worth at least $500,000 to me. It will be unrentable. Because of these issues, I urge you to disapprove the building of the hotel on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tanya Olano, followed by Diane. There's no last name.
Hello, I'm Tanja Olano, and I am representing Hollybrook Senior Living of Orange. We're about half a block away from the proposed Hampton Inn. We are not opposed per se to the Hampton being built there. Our problem is the parking. We have anywhere from 80 to 120 residents, depending on how full we are. They all depend on family members coming to visit, home health personnel coming to visit, hospice workers coming to visit, and it has been well founded that loneliness is one of the biggest issues that the seniors face. If their family and friends can't get in to see them because they can't park, this is going to directly impact how long they may live, because it leads to depression, it leads to anxiety and other issues that are a big problem for them. We were at the December meeting when it was continued, and they asked that parking be looked into and some plan for dealing with parking for businesses such as ourselves that would be impacted and neighbors that would be impacted by the loss of this parking. When they had the continuance, they didn't even address this issue really. When I spoke to or sent an email to Selena requesting information on what was going to happen, they basically said no study was done because it was the holidays. This doesn't make sense to me. They knew it was the holidays in December when they did the continuance. If that was an issue, they should have continued it for longer if they needed to deal with this. So I respectfully ask that this study that they requested in December be done, and see if there's not some agreement they could come to, find some way to still have some parking for some of the local area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diane? Followed by Ellen Diamond.
Hello, thank you. I wanted to bring up first and foremost, there was an article in the LA Times and Daily Pilot that was talking about parking issues, talked about our city and the surrounding cities. And in it, it mentioned that manager Gerardo Moet, who I believe is no longer in that position, it's held by Raul Godinez, was going to do an internal review on, and it was advised on April 14th of 2017 of the city's residential.
Ma'am, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Oh,
so
I'm
we
sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It's
Thank
okay.
you. Of the city's residential parking program and how they are addressing the residents' complaints. The city's parking policy continues to put neighbors against neighbors, creating tensions that should not be there. Economic issues are causing families to move back in with families, compounding the parking issues in Santa Ana. Giving a hotel or any big development like that special favors for parking and not having adequate parking adversely affects surrounding neighborhoods with higher traffic through residential areas, putting pedestrians and children at play at higher risk for injury. Existing parking lot is used now at times by children and families as a safe open space. I also want to commend Peter Katz for his work. And he was awarded tonight for basically showing the importance of open space for the families and Santa Ana. And even though this is just a parking lot on the corner of a residential area, there isn't a lot of open space in that particular area for kids to play safely. Part of that parking lot is used for that. We put a big hotel and increase traffic, the kids will be pushed back to the streets, and then there's going to be issues with cars racing up and down residential neighborhoods. There will be no safe space. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Ellen Diamond, followed by Max Rellenos. Ellen?
Hi, my name is Ellen Diamond. I live at 202 West 19th Street. I've lived in Santa Ana about 20 years. So we've had several of these meetings, and the issue of parking always comes up. And every time the applicant says, you know, that this is not his problem, it's not his fault, and he's right, it's not his fault, it's the city's fault. At some point, the city decided to sell the parking lot because it was, even though it's been heavily used ever since it was paved, it was decided that it was underutilized property, which means, I guess, the city is not making any money from it. So the decision was made to sell the lot without making any provisions for the people who park there. And, you know, we talk about some idyllic future where there'll be streetcars everywhere and we'll all take public transportation and we won't need cars anymore. But just requiring fewer parking spaces for new developments doesn't make people magically give up their cars. And providing less public parking doesn't make people magically give up their cars. These are physical cars that exist now, and they need a place to go. And so by not providing them a place to go, you're being poor caretakers of the city. You're being poor caretakers for the residents, for the business people who already are there, and for the customers who come to this city to spend money in those businesses. I agree, a hotel is a good idea. Is this the best location for it? You know, I'm not convinced. Thank you.
Max, followed by David Elliott, and then PJ.
Good evening, council members. Max Rollins with Alston and Bird on behalf of Hollybrook Senior Living. My firm has submitted a few letters for the record. One of them last week was addressed to this council. I'd like to briefly summarize a few points. But I think it's important to start, as we heard, that Hollybrook is not opposed to this project in principle, but as proposed, it's severely underparked. As the council knows, parking has been an issue for this project since day one. And as you've heard tonight, and will probably still hear, the community has come forth and has been clear that this insufficient parking will cause significant impacts. For my client, it's beyond just business impacts, it's also health impacts for the residents that live there. Your planning commission heard all this and declined to approve the project, no doubt in large part because of this parking issue. And when the purchase and sale agreement came before this council last year, staff assured the community that all, quote, required parking would be provided. Obviously, this hasn't happened, and the applicant is now asking you to approve a parking variance for 33 less spots than the code requires. But the variance must be denied because the proposed findings are insufficient and because valid hardship has not been provided. And while the applicant implied that it's economically infeasible to provide code-required parking, and to be clear, that's not a valid reason for a variance, there's no economic feasibility analysis for the additional parking to show that it's actually infeasible. And finally, as your Planning Commission also acknowledged, the MND that was prepared for this project is deficient. One pertinent issue is that the MND provides no analysis of the parking deficiencies and the secondary environmental impacts that those cause. This is supported by much testimony that was at the Planning Commission hearing, some of it you're hearing tonight, and this all creates a fair argument that there are significant impacts, and under CEQA case law, that is enough to make the MND inadequate. At bottom, based on these issues, your community is simply asking that this council require more parking. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Dave Elliott, followed by PJ Hakari.
Okay, I'm not going to get any applause, but that's okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, Dave Elliott on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, we're in support of this project. Some of the things that we're not going to talk about parking, we want to talk about economic development. We look at this project as something that would enhance our city, especially the arterial in North Main. It will enhance the businesses that are there, the Bowers Museum, the Discovery Cube, brings in at least 100 jobs. And as your chamber, we're concerned about workforce development. We're concerned about revenues, tax revenues for the city, and of course, attraction of new business into the city. So that's 2 or 3 reasons why we're in support of this project. Plus, I don't know if you've ever stayed at Hampton Inn. It's a good project. It's a Hilton property, and those are usually very good properties, and aesthetically, we think that this is a good project as well. And I think a couple of the other organizations, the historic, what is it, the historic group that with the houses and things, they, I think, have approved this as well. So on behalf of the chamber, we're in support of this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. PJ Hakari, followed by Tommy Munui.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is PJ Jahangiri. I'm here along with my wife, Neda. We own the properties that we are selling to the developer for the hotel project. My wife and I spent approximately a year rehabbing and fixing these older, magnificent historic properties. Our intention was to keep these properties for a long time. One of the very basic reasons why we sold the property is because of the parking space. It's unsupervised, unmetered, unpaid for. And when we applied with the city of Santa Ana for business uses, they told us we cannot use any of the spaces in the public parking for our off-street parking requirements. The very reason that people are here today asking for a subsidized parking, Hollybrook, the business across the street, the apartment building, all of them are lacking required off-street parking, one of which we were denied business licenses when we had potential tenants come to us. We have lost tenants from the residential neighborhoods because of the residential properties, because of the activity that goes on in the parking lot. Drug activities. I've sent many notes to our representative, Mr. Solorio, and I've come to the city before filing complaint. I've gone to Public Works. When I went to Public Works to talk about this parking lot that is unsupervised, and they were telling us that it's in a bigger project, they want to sell this and develop it. So that's one of the reasons why we sold the project. And I think you need to see that most of the people are in favor of this hotel. They just don't want to lose the subsidized parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Tommy? And then followed by John Coyle.
Hello, Councilman. My wife was supposed to be here, but she called me last minute, and I was at the hospital, and she told me she's battling cancer right now, lung cancer. So we're the ones that owned R&B Escrow. We're at 2119. We're next to the parking lot. When we first moved there, it was an open lot with grass, and it was fenced off. Never had any problems. I took care of my area, kept it clean and everything. Everything was fine. When that parking lot opened, things started happening. I have to handle the homeless, and like one gentleman said about crime around there, it's what you don't see, and we see it all the time. I mean, I'm worried about my wife all the time. I had someone attack one of my employees. I have to always have the homeless leave. I got to tell them to get, they're going to the restroom all over my building. I mean, I feel for the people that want, but the people that park there are people that live there. That's a public parking. It's not for people just to park there and they can go home and kick back. Or even the people that work, they have their staff parking there. It's a public parking. You do your business and you leave. And and I didn't want to sell my building but since my wife got cancer, she said, you know, we got to move on. So to me, this is great for the city. I mean, I grew up here. I've been here for 61 years in Santa Ana, and I've seen this place grow. It's in a perfect area. That's why I got that property, because it was all around all the freeways. I did a lot of good business. But putting that hotel up is going to be great, because it's going to bring a lot of revenue. It's going to give people a lot of jobs. And I look at that because my grandfather he was a contractor here in Santa Ana when he was in the 60s and 50s. He built a lot of this whole city here. And he said, let everything grow. And to me, this is a chance to let the city grow now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Coyle, followed by Raymond Tellez.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is John Coyle. I'm one of the owners of the Palm Court project, which is adjacent to and just to the south of the project in question. For many years, we've enjoyed using the free parking up the street for overflow parking, but we realized that's not our property. It's not really free parking, and that it was a temporary land hold. So we're on behalf of myself and my partners, I'm here to express our support of building the hotel on the property. I think it would be a good benefit for the city. It will come as some loss to ourselves of having that overflow parking, but I think the advantages to the city overrule our personal advantages that we might obtain. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Raymond Tellez, followed by Mr. Dresser.
Thank you all for letting me come and give my voice on this. As far as the Hampton Inn goes, I believe that would be a beautiful improvement for that area, and it'd be a great place to have my family and friends, when they come to visit us, stay rather than going down to Dyer and the 55 freeway to find a decent place to stay. And it's reasonable. The Hamptons aren't outpriced. You know, it's not like going to Beverly Hills or, South Coast Plaza or something like that. It's just a beautiful environment when you go to one of these Hamptons. I've stayed in them many times. And I think that, everything I heard here before I got up to talk and before we started all this, everyone wants improvement and beauty and betterment. This is going to better that whole triangle area. Jose, if you don't mind me calling you by your first name, Raymond's mine. This will benefit that whole area. The reason there's no parking there is because people that bought the businesses knew there wasn't any parking there. So they just didn't give a damn. Then the grass area that was there, no one cared about that. Parking was nothing. Then you get people moving in, then people not concerned about money, then they rent out their garages. They rent out this. The people sleeping in their cars. I ran across a couple last night. They're sleeping in the car. Young couple, beautiful young couple. And my wife said, what are you guys doing? I said, somebody tried to break into your car. And I said, oh really? It's parked right in front of my house. And so I shined the light down there, and there's a guy running down towards where the Hampton's going to be. And I said, what the heck, And I said, well, what are you guys doing out here? And he said, I just got off of work, and me and my girlfriend, we sleep in the car. And he's a clean-cut Mexican kid, just like me. But I'm a little older, of course. But anyway, so I said, well, where do you live otherwise? He said, well, in that house, when the people get out and go to work, then we go in there and we bathe and sleep during the day. And I work nights, and my girlfriend, she's not working right now. So As far as the parking goes, it's been a problem forever. And it's not only in Santa Ana. I used to live in Newport Beach, and it's the same problem there. Parking, you get out of there on a summer morning or summer afternoon, and as soon as you pull out, someone pulls in and takes your parking. And those very wealthy houses down there. And, I lived there for 20 years, and we always had a parking problem. But we lived with it. And to expect it to push that on
Sir, if you could
something that's
please
going
wrap
to
up.
beautify this area and make it what it should be, I think that it's a big mistake after hearing everyone talk, all the different groups who are here. This is what they want, a beautiful place to stay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Followed by Mr. Dresser. And then Kevin Coleman. My apologies, you requested to be the last speaker.
Hi, I'm a resident of the Park Santiago neighborhood, and I'm here in opposition of the proposed development at 2525 North Main Street, which is at the intersection of Main and Edgewood. As you're all aware, there's a proposal for a 500-plus unit high-density apartment project to go in there, and the Park Santiago residents are 96% categorically opposed to the project. The zoning change.
Mr. Dresser, this is item 75A.
Hang on.
Okay.
And the general plan amendment. However, as a resident of Park Santiago, and not being a NIMBY, not wanting to appear to be a NIMBY, we are aware of the potential for future development, and progress is going to march on. And there are projects and proposals that do make sense and are reasonable and appropriate, such as the Hampton Inn. I've spoken with several other Park Santiago neighborhood residents who share the same feeling as I do, that this development is reasonable and appropriate given its location and the need that the city has for high-quality hotel accommodations in the north end of town. Unlike 2525 North Main Street, which we believe is unreasonable and an inappropriate use of the land, given the cumulative effect of all of the other 1,700 plus high-density apartment units that are being proposed for the north end of Main Street and the north end of Santa Ana. So I'm not opposed to responsible, appropriate land use, such as the Hampton Inn. However, I do oppose irresponsible and inappropriate land use, such as 2525 North Main Street development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dresser. Followed by, next is Alex, and then Carlos Castaneda. And then our last speaker will be Mr. Kevin Coleman.
Good evening, Alex Tabrizi with RQ Engineering. I am the traffic and parking consultant for the project. I'm just here to let you know I'm here to answer any questions you might have. We did a traffic study for the project and a parking study as well. Just two main things I want to touch on. On the traffic, there's...
Sir, can you speak closer to the microphone?
On the traffic, there is a question or there's an issue that's being brought up about Bush Street, an increase of traffic on Bush Street. And I just want to let you know, currently there is an opening from Bush Street to Main Street, which is used as a cut-through path for vehicles getting onto the freeway. So instead of taking Main Street, you're taking Bush Street, going through the site, and then going onto the freeway. The proposed project will actually have only emergency access on Bush Street, so it would actually reduce the cut-through traffic that is going through Bush Street right now. So that's one thing. On the parking analysis that we did, we looked at parking in two different ways. One was based on City of Santa Ana code, and there is a deficiency based on the code. The second way we did it was the Urban Land Institute. So that's using the City of Santa Ana parking rates, but with the Urban Land Institute model. Now, this is a nationally recognized model that is for parking analysis. It takes into account the interaction between land uses and also a mode of travel, and it's based on actual studies of similar sites. This is not something we've done only for this project. We've done it for many projects in various jurisdictions. The study has been reviewed by the city staff and also, from what I understand, peer-reviewed by another consultant that is also in the field of traffic and parking and has been deemed adequate. And again, if there are any questions, I'm here to help answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Castaneda?
Hi, my name is Carlos Castañeda. I live on 2026 North Bush. So basically, the concern that I have it is on this project. They're going to be closing the alleyway on North Bush, which what that means we're not going to have access on Bush Street. So that by closing the alleyway, when any emergency vehicle comes going north on the alleyway between Bush and Main, basically the cars on the ones that actually had the garage on the alleyway, they won't be able to get out right away. If any emergency happen on the alleyway, like any cables from the electricity break, or they have to put a tower to work on the electrical cables, we're going to be stuck, without going out. No vehicle is going to be able to go in or out. And also, as they mentioned, the problem with the homeless that we have, it is humongous in that area. So by closing the alleyway, we're actually going to they're going to be creating a nice, beautiful house for homeless people, and also a dumping ground, like the problems that we have here in the city of Santa Ana and many alleyways. And also, there is an issue that has been going on for probably 5-6 years on 913 East Pine. There is always homeless in there. You can actually see him on the satellite. So we don't want that to happen on Bush Street. So if they're going to be building the hotel, we need access. I mean, we need to actually get the access to the alleyway. And also on the property in 2034 North Bush, it is a property the land used to owned by the city of Santa Ana. They convert that property into low-income families. And that property, the city gave it to the developer for free. Basically, the condition was that that property was going to be grounded for 50 years. So let's say on the future, if some other developer comes with the same proposal as they actually have to build something big, and they wanted to buy several properties, like my neighbors and several other properties, we won't be able to sell because that property on 2034,
you could please wrap up. Thank you.
2034, they need access on the alleyway. If they leave the access on the alleyway going north on Bush, I'll be perfectly fine.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. And was that the issue that you mentioned, 913 East Pine? With the homeless?
Yes, homeless.
Okay,
that's an issue that has been for so many years.
We're going to take care of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, final speaker, Mr. Kevin Coleman.
Thank you, Council, for letting me speak tonight. I want to first off thank the people that have come out and watch our democracy actually work. People have a voice and they get to say it. The issue that was just spoke, the alley does have an agreement to have an opening for the emergency vehicles. We're structuring that with the city so that if there was an incident in the alley, it's able to be opened. And currently the trash truck will also be going through the alley onto our property and back out to Main. The issue of traffic through Bush will be reduced because there will be no entrance or exits onto the residential property. It only goes out to Main Street. I think realistically, I would like to just answer any questions you guys might have. I, of course, in favor of the project. I've spent 2.5 years to get here, and I would like to continue and develop something in our city that will be a benefit to all the residents and the people of our city.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. I'm going to bring this back to the mayor and council, but first off, I'd like to see if the planning staff available for a presentation to answer any questions. Does the council want a presentation? If don't see any, Councilman Solorio.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I think it was about this time last year there was city council action related to this item, and I was fairly new back on the council, and I know Council Member Vegas was fairly new back new to the council, and I had some questions about the parking because I had great concerns. And And so there was a majority of us that did continue it for 2 weeks, and I know it was heavily scolded by folks on the dais as well as the developer and others that, you know, all this work has been done, you know, how dare I continue it? But, you know, it's my responsibility to review these things and feel comfortable with it. And, you know, I've said various times that the kinds of concerns and complaints I get from residents, particularly from my ward, are public safety issues overall, number 2, homelessness, and number 3, parking. And I've said for a long time, and hopefully in this year's budget we can begin to address it, part of what we need is a citywide parking needs assessment and management plan. Because what happens is we have this hodgepodge approach when we deal with some of these parking issues, and it's not a smart way to do it. I was on the city council, some years ago before I went to the state assembly, and I do remember when that lot was just a dirt lot with, maybe patches of grass. We did pave it as overflow largely for the Bowers, but it wasn't ever meant really to be a temporary, it was never really meant to be a permanent lot. So we continued it with a commitment that I had of working with staff and individuals on both sides of this issue of addressing this parking thing, and we have made some headway. And the project hasn't been fully approved, which is why you haven't seen these new parking additions or changes. But for example, on Buffalo, because there's enough room there, Public Works staff actually has mapped out and generally agreed to, I think it's about a dozen meter parking spots there on Buffalo. There's the room for that, and there's a commitment to do that. Number 2, on 20th and Main, to the immediate north of the motel there's a free parking lot there. A lot of folks don't know, just because you pass right by it, the signage isn't good. We got to improve the signage so people do know it's a free parking lot and it's public. It's there, and that's an opportunity. Number 3 is, I think some of the individuals that park here really are using it out of convenience, or unfortunately it's related to homelessness, and we're addressing that through other actions. But some of these folks actually walk far off and work in another business. And so we then also got to look at, is there appropriate parking where those businesses are? Because, we want parking close to where these businesses are. And then finally, I know on the hotel itself, to really create a win-win situation, I said, hey, the reality, like most motels are, they're not full 100% of the time. And based on when check-in and check-out is, there's room and capacity in the parking lot. I said, hey, would you be willing to, as you do your automated parking, because that's how the world's moving, can it be essentially accessible? Meaning that businesses across the street or others, that they can, in the middle of the day, pull a ticket, park there, have a coffee or do something across the street, and then pay on their way out. And they looked at that, and they've made, I think, a conditional approval to do that, because it makes economic sense, and it's a practical thing, and technology-wise it's doable. So we've made some headway in it. Maybe that isn't sufficient. I'm committed to continue to explore this issue more, both for that region, the broader northern Santa Ana area, but also citywide. I would also tell you that I do have, heavy concerns with this 2525, the activities in the main place and surrounding areas. The cumulative impact is real, and we got to figure out just what does this all mean, and how do we keep people moving, how do we park things well, how do we keep the quality there. And so don't think that just because we're taking this action tonight that we've checked off this project, we're done. There's no more parking and traffic issues. There's more work to be done, but I do want to commend the staff on the planning side and the public works side to getting it to this point. So I am very pleased to support this project today, but again, not with the feeling that, mission accomplished. We have a little bit more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Solorio. Councilman Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I just had a couple questions for staff. And I do recall that there is some history to this site, that it was an underdeveloped lot, and then it became a lot that was absorbing some of the overflow or some of the parking needs that the Bowers had while it was under construction, right? So I just want to make sure I state or restate the history of that site. clearly. Is that the case, or was?
Yes. Initially, it was a vacant lot, and then, as previously mentioned, it was paid for the Bowers parking lot. And then, ultimately, in 2015, we marketed it. We put it on the market and asked people to make proposals on whether or not they were bid, and then it went out to bid, and we entered into an E&A agreement with the applicant.
So what year was it paved and turned into a surface street lot?
It was paved for the Bowers parking lot 27, 5,
When that new wing of the Bowers was
2005.
being constructed, right?
Yeah.
So there's been a benefit to that lot for some of the neighboring properties, both residential and commercial, for about 10 years.
Over 10 years, yes.
So, look, I think what happens, unfortunately, is that even though that benefit was made and created inadvertently because there was going to be a necessity for some of the Bowers folks, which was the original intention, there was some benefit to the neighborhood as well, and there were some expectations. And that's what happens a lot when things are done, whether advertently or inadvertently. You know, there are some expectations, there are some customs and habits that are created. So, you know, one of the things I was listening to, and I appreciate everybody who spoke and those who are neighbors, both residential and commercial in that area, I think that they spoke thoughtfully. I think they spoke articulately about the need that they have for some of those spaces, and it's compelling. So I can see why the Planning Commission struggled, and I know somebody posed it as a fail, but it was an impasse. It was a 3-3 where you had, I think, the commissioners really with a conundrum and a dilemma before them, not really knowing where to go because they want to be responsive to the needs of the neighborhood.
That's correct.
While at the same time they also see that there's an economic development goal here that we're trying to meet. And I think this is different than some other sites where you're putting a really large development with impacts in a neighborhood that has a lot of sensitive receptors. This is on a main arterial commercial corridor that's being almost dissected by a major freeway and maybe freeways. So, you know, it just seems like it's a much more compatible site with a development like this, and I'd probably have some issues with it if it were in a much more sensitive site where it was wrapped by neighborhoods, right? So, you know, one of the things I think that that we see with these properties is that, you know, when there's a development introduced where there's maybe some parking issues, there's also some reciprocity and there's some reciprocal parking agreements that sometimes can be reached. And I know that we have a thoughtful developer, we have somebody who's been a partner here with the city, will consider those things as well, which brings me back to the whole idea of the parking ratio. What was the ratio that was originally, you know, presented, and what's the ratio that we're at now? Is that something that you have?
The parking study actually required 110 parking spaces. The original, when they got down to the nitty-gritty and looked at what was going on, originally if you just applied our parking requirements straight across, it's 168 spaces. But when they did a parking study, it was down, they looked at the combining of uses, the times, the way that the employees come in, it went down to 110. The project provides 128 parking spaces, which is above the minimum that the parking study indicated would adequately serve the business.
Okay, so the ratio is at 2.1, is that roughly what it is?
2.1. There are different ratios. There's some ratios for the restaurant and some for the house.
So it's blended?
Yeah,
okay.
It's blended.
But is it comparable to maybe some of the other ratios that you've seen for sites like this, or is this completely outside of that?
Oh, yes. It's very comparable to other sites that we've seen. Because they applied the same standards, which are, as the parking engineer discussed, he used the ULI transportation standards, which is the accepted standard that we use for studying parking.
Okay. And, you know, my last point is that, you know, what's difficult is that when we invite developers to come in and introduce projects or to consider investing in the city, both for jobs, both for economic development, both for improving the quality of life for our residents and improving the services, then, afterwards we say, well, thanks, but no thanks. And so these mixed messages are really difficult, and consistency matters because I know time, effort, and money are spent, and so those expectations are risen. So, I think we have to be clear when we make these, sites available. We introduce people to come in and say Santa Ana is, is business friendly. We're trying to create, again, as somebody put it, an ever-changing supply of, different economic drivers here. So, look, I'm supportive of it. I'm, happy to know that the developer is going to be coming in here with a very conscientious approach to this, and I know he'll work with his neighbors and be somebody who's responsible with that site. So with that, I'll be supportive of the item.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll be really brief because I think most of my colleagues have spoken already, really share the same sentiments that I have. But one of the things I do want to thank the residents and the business owners that have come here before us to discuss some of the issues, and certainly no fault of the developer. The property was put up for sale. He purchased it. Definitely probably didn't understand that we have old parking standards, right? Old zoning code, a 30-year general plan that hasn't been updated comprehensively. And so with that comes a lot of issues, but I want to talk in particular about our parking standards. They're definitely 50 plus years old. And we certainly haven't done a comprehensive parking study to meet the needs and the demand of our constituents across the entire city. I definitely agree we do need a comprehensive parking management plan, but that takes 2 to 3 years to get done. Having over 27 parking districts in the city and trying to figure out, how do we go out there and get that done in a timely fashion. I've asked our staff to look at doing a pilot. I asked our city manager today, where are we with that, so that we can at least get some kind of indication in what direction we need to move in. Obviously, if we don't make these changes, we will continue to have the same issues and be in conflict with our developer and our community as it pertains to parking. So we definitely need to do our due diligence and move and make a commitment to making sure that we have a parking management study that is going to be able to work for all of us as we look at our on-street parking and those ratios. They're way sometimes out of line in regards to the demand that is needed for that specific development, in particular, for example, like this Hampton. But I appreciate the developer willing to add additional spaces. And so as we look at the on-street and off-street parking, not just in this development, but in particular throughout the city, I would just hope that as we move forward with this pilot, that we kind of take note when the developer starts to develop that hotel and try to look at some of the shared parking. We're near a Main Place Mall, and I know he's working with partners around the area. But when you look at Main Place Mall and you look at some other parking availability, I don't think and I think people are going to say, oh, she's crazy when I say this. I don't really think that we have a parking problem as it pertains to spaces. Is just how we're utilizing them, and we haven't been able to put a plan together to make the best use of the land that we currently have, and being able to actually look at other businesses. And I talk about Main Place Mall because they have a lot of parking spaces, and we certainly know when they're peak hour times. And so how could we work with the Main Place Mall and realizing that when there is parking available, that they're able to park either with the residential partnership with the residential community or the private sector to help facilitate a process that's going to be able to help us meet the needs of those constituents in that area. And then just lastly, wanting to make mention to this is that the developer, in many respects, I believe, as he followed the Sunshine Ordinance, really did his due diligence to really go out there and meet with as many people as possible, and certainly has, done that job, and I want to thank the developer for doing that, because I know sometimes it's not easy. He's been waiting for 2.5 years. And again, this is a property that became available. He took advantage of that, not understanding, some of the issues that he was going to be challenged with, but he's still here. And so I just want to make sure that as we move forward, that we're able to work in concert in making sure that we're able to address the resident issues in regards to their parking needs, but at the same time, making sure that we continue to develop, our city in a fashion that is going to be responsible. And so I believe that this is a good project, is one that is going to help the city, not only financially, but I really truly believe not having hotels within North Main and going into our downtown is something that we need to continue to have discussions as we continue to have more people coming into our downtown. We need to make sure that we provide those kinds of amenities. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm supportive of this project, and I look forward to conversation.
Look, I think this is a very important development. I think if it does what we would like to see it do, it's going to be very, very significant for the city. I know council has had comment. I was in the room next door hearing some of it, but additional comment, go ahead, Councilor Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody who did come out to address us on both sides of the issue. I think both the residents and local businesses that will be impacted by potentially loss of parking have legitimate points, as well as those that have expressed support of the project. I think what it comes down to, as has been mentioned, as much as the lot there has been a benefit and helpful to again, some of the neighbors and the businesses in the area, it was intentionally set up as a temporary use, and though it's been a decade or so, that temporary use now is going to be changing to potentially into a permanent use there. And it does speak to the fact that we can go and do a number of studies. However, the reality is that the city of Santa Ana, we're long past the days of having us be a suburban city, suburban, an extension of LA, if you will, suburban to other parts of, again, greater Los Angeles. We really are an urban center. And any, I can tell you what the results of the study are going to be. There are parking shortages in the city, and I can tell you what the future is going to be. It's continuing to be parking shortages within our city, and it's beyond our city. So perhaps there will be some creative ways on how we can address parking to be able to share space and such. However, going forward, it's only going to become more impacted. There's going to be, more people in Santa Ana and even throughout the county, and we're just going to have to look at how we creatively, address that, and really how we live with it. How we eventually we will have to end up leaning more on public transit or other forms of addressing, again, parking shortages. But it's people are facing it in LA, downtown LA, in New York, and big cities. People aren't staying away from those areas. That's just, it's just going to take longer for us to get from one place to another, and it's just part of our reality going forward. All that said is I have shared some concerns with regard to the number of spots that we have that are being proposed at the site, with 135 unit hotel and having, I think it's 118, remembering right, the number of spaces, and then also having a 128, and then having an additional couple uses with regard to the restaurant. However, and I wrestled with, how do we potentially address that? Ultimately, it's businesses that are going to be there, and ultimately, for business to be successful, they have to figure out how they're going to address the needs of their customer and their client base. So I wrestle with, whether we try to come up with some type of solution or regulate it. At the end of the day, I'm hopeful that that the hotel is at max capacity, and I'm hopeful that the restaurant is being well utilized, and that you have, over 140 some, plus people there, and it'll be up to the operator to figure out whether it's valet, whether it's working on other solutions to address that. It is prime location right off the freeway. I don't think you can get a better location to be able to have a restaurant a business that is impacted by traffic, when you're going to be able to come on and off the freeway very directly. I do hope that fairly soon tonight, we're not looking at the approval of the restaurant uses, but I do hope that is soon to follow. I would prefer that there were a jacuzzi on site. There's only a pool, no jacuzzi. I always prefer to have jacuzzi, and I think that clients, customers out there, potential visitors would prefer as well. But other than that, I think overall, having I oftentimes talk to and make mention to the city manager, economic development is an opportunity that we have in the city that we have to harness and not miss out on that. So this is just another example of us being able to take an opportunity and put out the sign, Santana's open for business. So all that said is I'm going to be supporting the item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can get you a swimming suit that says Santa's open for business and the logo of the hotel or something.
If it's in Speedo form, sir, I'll
all right. All right. Just give us your size and we'll go from there. Go ahead. On more serious note, Councilor Villegas.
More serious note. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick, I appreciate everyone that came out and spoke on the topic. And after hearing both sides, I'm glad they're addressing a lot of the issues that were brought up. Yes, I agree with a lot of the council members and their comments on the parking and all the things that pertain to this. And so for the greater good, I could support this. I make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let me just close the public hearing. There are no more public comments, and we are now in a motion and a second. Just a quick comment, and that is, I know we're talking about bigger things such as long-term parking needs and all that. If we start a 3-year study right now, by the time we're done, it's going to be different, because Uber and Lyft and other realities are going to start to penetrate the community more and more. If you start another study in 3 years and you go another 3, that study is going to be outdated, because the world is changing that fast right now. Some of the cities that Councilmember Benavides mentioned, there's just different realities in those cities right now. San Francisco with driverless vehicles, and I know that an automatic vehicle seems like far-fetched. They're going to be here before you know it. And the real thing is going to be, remember the horse and buggy days? I mean, we don't, but they existed. Well, there was the, driverless carriage that came in. And all of a sudden they were competing with horses in a buggy, and now you had a motor carriage. And that was a rough transition. It's going to be the same thing with driverless vehicles. We're going to have many of us that are going to say, I want to drive, but you're going to be surrounded by cars that don't have drivers. And eventually it's going to transition, and that'll be quicker than we can imagine. And also with shared systems, and they're going to come, because with the internet, you'll be able to say, I need a car, and I need to go from here to there, and a big magic computer is going to figure it out. You're going to get picked up, you're going to get dropped off. More and more people are going to say, especially the younger generation, they're going to say, why do I want to own a car? Why do I want to worry about maintenance? Why do I want to worry about fuel? Why do I want to worry about insurance? Why do I want to worry about, if I make a mistake, I get in an accident, now I've got a real problem. The world is going to change. And I think, for today, bringing it back to reality, this is a good project. Parking is needed by everybody today. I think we need to go forward with the project. But, for those of us with cars right now, just realize we're probably not going to have them as long as we think we are long term. The world is going to change very, very quickly. So with that, let's just vote and keep going. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. A quick comment from Councilmember Solorio?
Just a quick comment. I agree with most of what you said, Mr. Mayor, but the car is going to be around about another 20 years with us as real drivers and with management studies, including whether it be pilot programs or if we had started last year, and I met with vendors that can quicker order in less than 3 years. Do a study. There are things we could do, from lifts to shared parking to malls that are there today. Some places can already have card lifts where you could maximize existing space. So some stuff is simpler than others. Some stuff is quicker than others. And we at some point just got to start.
We got to start with everything. I mean, go to Main Place right now. They have like 15 Tesla charging stations, and guess what? They're all full. I don't know there are that many Teslas at Main Place, but they are, because they're there and they're charging. And we're going to get into real issues, because once you have enough cars that are electric and they're coming as well, our infrastructure is going to be very, very much impacted. But look, we voted. Let me now take a couple things out of sequence, if I may. I'd like to go first item 85A, then the successor agency meeting. Then I'm going to turn things over to Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. I'm going to be abstaining on item 75B, which is a fee schedule for the cannabis industry.
As I will be,
so,
Mr. Mayor.
So we'll...
as well. And I think I'm on record with the city attorney as well. We're still waiting for an FPPC opinion, which is taking about 5 times longer than it normally should, but you'll keep us posted.
So, but before we do that, let's go to 85A. Councilmember Jose Solorio, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then this isn't expected to be a long conversation, but really just a thinking point for the staff and my colleagues. I have my own business license in town, and probably some of my colleagues do as well. And so I got my traditional annual thing reminding me to renew it and to figure out the formula so I can know how much to pay as a fee. We need to continue to simplify that formula so regular folks can do that on their own. I know too, last year this time that form was not translated into Spanish. Now at least online is, but we need to continue to make that clear that's available in Spanish and hopefully in Vietnamese. And then secondly, and the point of this item, which is to discuss the gig economy and home-based businesses, we have a lot of home-based businesses in Santa Ana that are doing well or could continue to even do better. And with Uber and Lyft and a lot of other things that really are part of this gig economy, a lot of people work from home. But if you fill out these forms or you see them, there really isn't a discussion about what a home-based business is, the various types, and also very significantly that there are different fee structures for those home-based businesses that aren't communicated on that form. I'll tell you, for example, that when I first got this home-based business license some years ago, even though I am who I am and I know how to read, no one told me, hey, there's this separate sheet over here that discusses what these home-based businesses licenses are, and they're significantly less. But we want to educate folks about them, describe them, and really encourage this new economy, all the good stuff, but there are restrictions as well. And so I think we could do a better job via the form and forms, as well as online communications about them, because I do know that that website is kind of being improved, and I want this acknowledgement that a huge percentage of our businesses are home-based businesses or that are now part of this gig economy or will be. And as this world is changing that Mayor Polito talked about, this is part of it, and we need to update our forms and the fees to accommodate that.
All right, well, look, I think staff heard everything you said. Maybe we can, update and come up with a different format and go from there. Yes, Councilor.
Just briefly, because I know sometimes it helps when others kind of reinforce, and I just would echo the same. I've had neighbors ask me questions. I've gone to fill out the forms, and I've had a call. It's not very clear. Fees are, in some cases, more than they probably should be. And then, I didn't actually know that there was that other hidden form. But we do, again, want to make sure that we are business friendly at all levels, and that we're help people to be successful and access information also. I would just echo some comments made by Councilman.
Thank you. Now with that, let me move our attention for a moment to the successor agency and entertain a motion on the consent calendar, items 1 through 4.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
second by Mayor Pro Tem. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Are there any comments
Can
from...
we just vote to excuse Councilman Tinajero?
I thought we included that earlier.
Okay.
So item 5 is Housing Authority member comments. Do we have any comments? Seeing no comments, I will adjourn that, bring it back to the council meeting, and turn things over to Mayor Pro Tem, and she's going to go to item 75B, I believe. Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
thank
Mayor.
you.
Robert and Ilya, I think they left. Teslin. Don't see them here. I don't think they're outside. Just wanted to make mention if they wanted to speak. Next, we're moving to 75B, which is the time for a public hearing regarding commercial cannabis to adopt ordinance to allow for professional laboratory testing and modified cannabis-related registration application and regulatory safety permit fees in fiscal year 2017-2018. We have planning staff available for a presentation to answer questions. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this matter? Just mentioned those two. They're not here. Seeing no other members, we're going to close the public hearing. And then ask the clerk if she received any written communication regarding this matter.
I have not received any.
Thank you, clerk. Does the council have any questions, comments? Do we want a presentation,
I
Councilman?
would prefer the
A presentation?
presentation.
Great. Presentation? And then we'll move forward with comment.
Before you tonight is a proposal to allowing cannabis testing as a commercial cannabis use. There are two ordinance provisions that are being proposed. One is in Chapter 8, which addresses medicinal uses, that says that all cannabis testing will be treated the same as described in Chapter 40. And so that's the first one. And in the second one, we mimic the process that is proposed for all of our cannabis uses with Phase 1 applications, sorting out which ones we're going to have, then Phase 2, and then ultimately issuing the licenses or letters if before the state licenses are going to be the letters of recommendation to the state. So staff stands ready to answer any questions that you may have regarding this.
Councilman Benavides and Councilman Solorio.
Question to staff as to whether we are looking at the number of, in some of the other uses that we've permitted, whether it be medicinal or adult use retail. We have limited the number of permits that we would be issuing in this case with regard to testing. Are we doing any type of similar type of limiting, or is it basically it's based on zoning?
No, we are not. We're not recommending limiting the number of them. We feel like that would be market-driven. We are also not limiting the distance requirements between uses for this type of use either.
Between them, but we are doing or to other sensitive uses?
To sensitive uses, that distance requirement will remain. It's 1,000 feet. However, between the uses themselves, we have a 500-foot door-to-door on retail, and we're we're not including that requirement in this.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilman Solorio?
Yes, a couple things. I know when this topic first came up some months ago, at the time, staff made the case that testing, or really what could also be viewed as R&D, is really an existing use that already is available in industrial areas, and that, in fact, at least the belief was at the time that there was already one testing facility that existed in Santa Ana that was also testing cannabis. And so the thinking at the time was it really is kind of by right, and these businesses could be testing, cannabis, but given the technology and the scientists or technicians, they really could test cannabis and non-cannabis items, which had some logic to it. Now staff is recommending we do need a separate process and regulatory structure. Why has there been a change in thinking on that?
We are going ahead with treating them. It was our belief, based on direction from the council, that we were to treat them as other cannabis uses, and so that is why that's why we're going for.
But that does not answer my question, and maybe it could be responded to differently. But again, I'm emphasizing that approximately 6 to 8 months ago, staff said here or in a public safety meeting that there was no need to create a limit or a regulatory structure for testing facilities because they already existed, and really by right, they don't need any regulatory structure. So it was a staff-driven recommendation that had some logic to it, and we essentially agreed, which is why then this issue kind of went away. Now it's back with this recommendation. If you don't have a proper response, maybe just in writing, or other staff can maybe speak to this, but this is a big change. I'm okay with the direction, but I'm trying to understand why there's been that change in logic, number one. Number two, now that we are going in this direction, I want to ensure that new revenue that comes in regarding this also carry the formula that we previously discussed, that new revenue that could be substantial go essentially half to youth-oriented programs and the other half to enforcement programs. I don't know if that needs to be here or in the future, and maybe you could speak to that, or our city attorney or a city manager, but that's another key element as well.
I think how the revenue gets spent, Councilman, can be decided at a different venue.
Okay, we'll come back later, but I would suggest that since we are going to regulate it quite similar to everything else, that it all should continue to have that revenue provision element to it. At least that's my thoughts, and maybe my colleagues might wish to comment. And again, on the first question, I don't know if Deputy City Manager Cortez, who I think was there at the time, can speak to that.
Could I try to respond to that again?
Okay, a second time, yes.
Probably
Okay.
one of the most important reasons is for us to be able to collect fees on this, and the methodology that we're using to collect the fees is through an operational agreement.
Well, good. That's a better answer.
And
that's a better answer. But I'd like to hear our Deputy City Manager validate that was the reason, because again, at the time, that was not a consideration.
The other reason why the item's coming before the City Council is because the state requires a dual licensing. So in essence, we have a city as well as a state.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, a business license or something else could have also been justification that there's city approval for it. But, if you want to, now that the other system is kind of looking pretty good and we know it, understand it, makes sense, we see some value in having a parallel system so that we could consider them and then use that process to then generate an approval of some sort that then the state can consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Solorio. Councilman Councilman Villegas.
I'm comfortable with the staff recommendations after hearing us.
Great. Thank you. So I have a couple questions. One, I'm in agreement with Councilman Solorio on his first statements that they should have been just exempted, and not followed the RSP process or anything else. Certainly they're not retail. They're just a testing, and obviously by July, based on state law, we're going to have testing labs, so to be in compliance with the state in regards to the adult use. And so that's my first request, is seeing can we move forward to exempting them and not moving, because I do agree that if they wanted to go get a license, based on what we currently have in the books, they would be able to do that. Of course, we talked earlier that it may not be legal for them to test cannabis, but if they wanted to, they could. Obviously, we're moving in this direction and doing an operational agreement because we want to generate revenue. And so I definitely understand that, definitely respect staff wanting to recover its costs, and definitely we need the money. And so I would just, look moving forward, if we don't choose to exempt them from the current process, that wanting to make sure that if they do have to comply with the RSP that and go through this application process, that essentially they can potentially be an illegal operation if we choose not to go through that RSP process. Is that a true statement or not? If these test labs wanted to do the traditional method in the current license that we currently have, and they don't go this route, would they be legal, with legal standing here in the city?
Not now.
Not now, correct. So I just wanted to make that point, because I know Councilman Solorio mentioned it earlier on. So the next thing that I would just ask, is it possible for us to exempt them from a lot of the current requirements that we currently have that pertain to retail? Is that possible for us to do? They still have to do the RSP, they still have to collect the fees, but I think everything else in regards to the matrix doesn't make sense for them to be a part of. And certainly that's where Councilman Solorio is talking about, that certain percent should be going based towards youth programs and educational programs, and the other half. But obviously, for me, I just think it's a drawback for us, because again, they're not retail. They're holding cannabis, but they're testing it. So it's not like they're selling it, and so there can be some drawbacks. I'm not sure how us charging them or having to go through this matrix benefits them or even benefits us. If we just want to charge them an operation fee, I get that, and we should move forward with that. But everything else that we've applied to retail, I don't think that we should move in that direction.
The matrix process will not apply because we're not putting a limit on the number that can come in. So we're not recommending that there be any limitation to the number, that be determined by the market.
Mm-hmm. So based on the gross receipts, but the voters approve in regards to the medicinal, would they have to comply with that?
They will have to comply with whatever is in their operational agreement, so the cost would be based on what's in the operational agreement. The recommendation for that is consistent with how we treated other uses, which was either 8% of gross receipts or $5 per square foot. Whichever is more.
Okay, so I guess, do we have, if you can just, please clarify for me, do we have an option to exempt them in this particular use and just go with making sure that they're able to comply, they're able to get their licensing so they can get their state license? Or are you continuing to recommend what you put before us, which is making sure that they go through the entire process that currently we have for retail?
What we're suggesting is that they go through the phase one, which verifies that their location is within a legal area for it to be within, and then go through phase two, which is a review of the employees that would be working. That would be live scan. There would be no other matrix. They would not have to fill out, they would not have to do the extensive community benefits plan, which would be evaluated based on the matrix or some points, because we're not limiting the number. So anyone who could find a location that was in appropriate area and had employees that were able to pass our background checks, would be able to operate the business if they passed the other requirements of it.
Okay, great. The last question I would ask, will we be giving them a grace period?
Will we be giving them a grace period? It was no, because you can't really grace an illegal use, but what we're recommending doing is if you approve this tonight, then we will develop the application process, start that almost immediately, so that once after second reading, we could then circulate applications. We could work with the applicants that are interested in, as we have with the retail users, retail sales businesses, help them go through the process, and then close at the same date that we would be closing. The cure period for the ordinance would then be effective. So we could close our application period at the same time that the cure period would be effective. And once the second reading was adopted.
That makes sense.
We
Any
could
further
basically,
questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we could
Councilman.
basically fast track this
Fast track.
process so that we did this at the end of 2017 to process the applicants so that they would be in line for January 1st. So staff is pretty experienced now at fast tracking. But in terms of requirements that you were asking about, one that I'd like to highlight is we're following the same procedures that are already existing in terms of distance requirement to sensitive uses. Now, albeit those distance requirements were initially put in place for medicinal sales, and then we followed that with retail sales. This is not a retail operation, so you could consider and say, you know what, they don't apply as long as they're in an M1 or M2 zone. The distance requirement is not something that we need to consider for this use because there isn't that impact of sales and people walking in and out with it. This is strictly
So we could exempt them from the zones, M1 and M2?
You could, if it's a policy call. We're following the same requirements that we had for medicinal sales and adult use, but for inspection, you could make that call. You could also make a different call. You could say that this has come up already in a couple of other situations. You could say that the sensitive uses or that the allowable locations shall be determined by the original map that was in place when medicinal measure BB was initially approved. And that would take into account, it would open up areas for this inspection operation to take place that might currently be impacted by the heritage project, for example. So those are things you could decide to do differently for inspection.
Do you understand the distinction on that? That is something you would hopefully do tonight if you wanted that to be incorporated into the
I do have a couple follow-up questions, not necessarily addressing those comments, maybe we can bring those back. When it comes to the fees, do we know how we compare to other cities? I believe City of Irvine recently passed something that lab testing, I think maybe other cities are in line to, or if they haven't already, Costa Mesa did as well.
We are competitive with other cities. Some are much higher than us, 10% or $5 per square foot. Some are, a few are less with 5%. So it depends on the city.
Okay. And basically where I was going with that is we're going through this whole process of considering this ordinance and our everything that goes along with it. Basically, I just wanted to ensure that we weren't putting ourselves in a situation where our fees now were so exorbitant that we weren't going to have to apply it because nobody would come here. So that kind of would nullify the whole process. So that addresses my question, and there were some other comments that I think...
Councilman Solorio?
Yes.
Again, we didn't start off here some months ago, but I do think there is some reason to move in the direction, most notably to control the sensitive use element a little bit. And maybe we shouldn't take it away, but maybe some variance process if somebody can make a case for it. The revenue piece, obviously key, and just for consistent with what other cities are doing and the other models that we have in our city. But most importantly, too, I think to regulate this is important in this fashion because, as our city attorney well knows, this is an evolving area of policy and law. And so the number of inquiries that we get, contests, changing case law, initiatives, local and state, and initiatives, county, state, it's evolving. There's a lot there. So for us to, with a lot of care, being able to regulate, track, and adjust will be easier if we have a regulatory framework for it and fees to support this extra work. Whereas if it's just by right, no issues, then it'll be harder down the road to make changes in accordance with other local or state laws. And in fact, a lot of our regulatory structure on the cannabis stuff directly acknowledges that if there are changes in state law, that we will make accommodations to be consistent with that. And so for those reasons, it is important to kind of have a similar structure here so we can evolve locally as the state evolves. And finally, I know, there's only 4 of us remaining on the dais, so I don't know if there's really 4 votes for any recommendation. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. That I don't know that a 2-week continuance would really hurt anything, because to my understanding, I don't think there are any pressing deadlines or reasons why it needs to be approved tonight.
Well, at the last council meeting, that's why we brought this up, and you all agreed that, we have until July until we need to have testing labs near
right,
here.
But we're far away from July.
The process that we have, we have to go through a first, through a second, and then they have to do the application process. They need to be consistent with for these folks to go through the state. And obviously, extending this for 2 weeks to get possibly 1 member of the council, but what if he doesn't show up or decides just to recuse himself? There's only 4 of us here.
But indirectly, for example, like let's say if we were to move with staff recommendation as is, would you support it?
No, I want to provide.
That's the thing. We may not then be able to have 4 votes.
Well, tonight, I just want to provide the exemption to remove from M1 and M2 because some of them may be impacted based on the heritage, a mapping that was taking place.
Again, then maybe it's a variance. Would you be willing to approve this with some variance element to it? Because if not, I'm not today willing to support it without any sensitive use restriction.
Can I propose something here? If we want to keep it in M1 and M2, which is where research and development uses are located in our city, we could maintain the sensitive use requirement, but as the city manager indicated, by saying that we would allow only residential uses, we would use the map that was in place at the time that Measure BB was adopted. If we use that Measure BB map, then that would eliminate
That's
the
one
issue.
option. I would suggest that another option would be to exempt mixed use zones, because that project, if that's your sole concern, which maybe it is, that is what differentiates that element of the map from pretty much everywhere else. That plus the fact that there currently are no residents living
there
in that mixed zone development. And I do like this line of discussion because I think this impacts other discussions on other maps. So I would like some kind of exemption for that area because I think it's unique. There's no existing residential neighborhoods there, may not be for some time, as well as a mixed-use development. It's not a true residential neighborhood development. So if you're okay with exempting that special mixed zone development, or going back to what the
original
map was, original map.
I think we should just
Okay,
stay with the original
let's do
map.
that.
Let's
do
the
that.
original map.
Staff would
Okay, so-
recommend the original map, just
Okay.
because it's easier for us in case additional
Yes.
areas.
And everybody made prior decisions based off that, so I
Yes.
think that there's a lot of elegance to that.
Mayor Pro Tem, my only comment here would be this: if you don't have the 4 votes tonight to approve the ordinance that is sitting in front of you, my recommendation would be that we take all of this really good input and come back with a revised ordinance. We know from firsthand experience what happens when we try to draft our ordinances at close to 10 o'clock at night, and we know what results when we do that. It would result in a 2-week delay because you're going to have a second reading. But to try to add maps tonight that you don't have attached to your reports and to do that as a first reading, that's not the perfect way to make the law. And if you seem that you would have support for this, my recommendation would be give us as much direction as you can tonight, and we can bring it back to you and make sure it's packaged in a way that everyone can fairly apply. Because we had this happen to us once before, where you give us input and direction, and that doesn't get drafted exactly the way you want it, and then we have to come back to you, and your public is not happy, the applicants are not happy.
Well, and I certainly agree. I was kind of, surprised that this ordinance came before us, and I sent an email at 1 o'clock in the morning, as I was reading this to you all, and I didn't get a response. And so, I had some of these concerns and issues. And so just lastly, maybe we do need a 2-week continuance because, again, taxing, these labs at 8%, they're not retail. I just don't understand why we would do that to this industry, specifically lab testing. And I get the charging the fees for them to exist, and I'm okay with that. But then also, on top of that, taxing them like if they were retail, which they are not. Again, they are testing the cannabis, not selling it. And so I just want us to,
Right.
I think it just takes, it's a little different.
Or maybe it's the rate, but again, I would argue because there is so much state legislation, dispute, everything else, the regulatory enforcement and education aspect is more complex than an industry that's been around forever. And so that extra time needs to be paid for somehow. And I know you like the fee-for-service thing, and so here, I think this is a non-traditional evolving thing that, and again, maybe it's not 8%, but that's why your question, Councilmember Benavides, was good about what's happening in the surrounding areas, and these fees are already, about a couple percentage points less than our surrounding communities, so it seems competitive. And I know from the earlier applications, the state, when we submit applications, or just we're acknowledged we approve, they call us and ask questions. And it's, planning staff, they got to work sometimes even through weekends to address those questions. And so, unlike a traditional business that doesn't get asked those questions, there are other staff costs today and will continue to be until this industry matures a little bit more.
Agreed. So let's continue this for 2 weeks, but just with the last thing to making sure that we are consistent with what's going around surrounding the question that Councilman Benavides mentioned. But just to serve, I think, Costa Mesa is at 5% and Irvine's at 0%, and we're doing 8%, right? So that is not competitive. And
I think I heard different rates, but we need a table.
Let's
I just want to make sure I got the feedback.
The right taxing limits with those other jurisdictions. Again, the last thing, I think we want to do this right, and so I'm in agreement continuing this, but at the same time, we don't want to treat these folks like if they're retail, because they are not. And I definitely understand that, we have to be nimble with the state regulations as they're continuing to move forward. But at the same time, we need testing labs here in our city. Definitely Irvine is capitalizing on that, Costa Mesa. The last thing that we want is to have them go to those other cities and then we don't have it because we were so, horrendous with all these, regulations and costs that are unnecessary to this particular lab testing.
So the 4 main issues of feedback that I think I heard you say is you'd like to make sure that these testing labs for cannabis are permitted in the M1 and M2 zones. You want to protect sensitive uses, but only based on the original Measure BB map. Second, you want us to take a look at the tax rates. You want to make sure that it's fair, and equal and is consistent with what we might see in neighboring communities so that we don't lose some of these businesses to neighboring communities. You want us to take a look at the RSP process to make sure that it's not so onerous that we scare away the labs, but it still protects us from someone who's going to be handling and testing cannabis. And finally, you just want to make sure that we have that consistency with your neighbors. Is that pretty much the policy
And then
direction?
one final point, just an acknowledgement in the staff report itself that there be revenue shares consistent with what we're doing with the other uses so that youth programs and enforcement in particular benefit.
We can add that, and then I can talk with the manager. That may be a larger conversation that you want to have
The final
with
action
respect to
itself
all
would
of
be
it.
separate, but
Right.
I want it to be part of the record from the beginning.
You want us to remember that and
Yes,
maybe bring it
to
back when we
acknowledge
have that
it.
larger conversation.
Correct.
Would that be fair? Great. Okay. I think we got very clear feedback, and that we'll bring back an ordinance that reflects those points.
Great, thank you. So with that, we're going to move towards the work study session. And do we have a comment? Yes. Oh. Great. So the first study session is on the proposed accessory dwelling units. What we're going to do is do the presentation first, and then we'll do public comment, and then bring this back to the council. I always think it's important for all of us to see the presentation first before the public comments or council. I think that's the best approach. And so with that, if I can please have the staff that is going to be presenting on the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance.
Sure. Madam Mayor, this is an item that has been before the council previously, and there were some questions. We hope to bring back some of those answers, and we'll have Candida Neal from Planning and Building present.
Good evening. We came before you previously on a work study session where we talked to you a little bit about accessory dwelling units and where we were going. But I'd like to go over with you a little bit of the background. In 2003, we originally enacted an accessory dwelling unit in response to the original state legislation. That ordinance itself was constructed so that they would be allowed in residential zoning districts, and it was helpful in maintaining our neighborhoods, and people were comfortable with that ordinance. In 2017, the state legislature made that ordinance null and void because it had several provisions that were not consistent with new legislation. The one key component that they said they made many, as we talked about at our last study session, they made many stipulations in which we cannot control it at the local level in terms of parking and location of these items, but they did say that we can provide a framework and some legislation, but it may not be arbitrary, excessive, burdensome, so as to unreasonably restrict the ability of homeowners to create an accessory dwelling unit. So that's the part that we have to remember when we're looking at this ordinance, this new ordinance, excuse me. The previous council study session that we had was in December, and there were a number of issues that were brought up at that time. The first one was the utility services area. At that time, we were using the utility services area to look at how we were going to be designating areas of the city in which to permit by right or in which to require an additional review of those areas. And that is permitted under the state law. The other issue that was brought up, but you were concerned about using the park deficiency area. The second was setbacks. We decided to use the regular single-family setback, and you were concerned that that might be too difficult. And then the third was off-street parking impacts. You were very, very concerned about off-street parking impacts, and so I'd like to run through each of these with you right now. The first one is the utility services requirement. The ordinance says that a local agency may designate areas where necessary, where they may be permitted. So it says we can say where they can be permitted if it's based on services or utilities. They specifically list in the legislation water, sewer, and impact of ADU on traffic flow or public safety. But they also say it's community services that are provided, and we're looking at it as if it was a utility or service. So we went to, as I mentioned before, we had a special counsel who helped us in reviewing our ordinance to make sure that it complied with state law, so that we were adopting something that could truly be implemented. And the recommendation from the special counsel was that yes, we could use open space, because we have clearly demonstrated that because of our densities, our density rates, our city density rates, and as well as our open space impacts and the lack of parks, that open space is an issue for us. The previous recommendation that we made on this was if you were further than one quarter mile from a pocket park or a half mile from a neighborhood park, you would not, or neighborhood or regional park, you would not be allowed to build an ADU unless you went through a review process that looked at open space on the site. Now, the council was uncomfortable with that because they felt that the areas that were furthest from public parks and were most densely populated were also some of the areas in which ADUs might be the most beneficial. And be most necessary and help the people that live there. So in response to that, we're suggesting an alternate proposal for you to consider, which would be to allow ADUs in any kind, anywhere throughout the city, as long as they had 1,200 square feet of open space area. Now, a typical city lot would be about 6,200 square feet, so that would be 1/6 of the lot, I suppose. So that was the alternate recommendation for the ordinance.
Councilman Benavides?
Thank you. Just to clarify, the example gives you 1,200 square feet of non-front yard open space. So essentially, it would be restricted to a backyard.
Right.
Open space, backyard space. Okay,
Yes.
just want to clarify.
Skipped one slide here. Setbacks. The state law allows us to create separate setbacks for ADUs, and that's something that is permitted. We decided in the original draft not to do that, to let our existing setbacks decide where they are. And in most R1 districts, which is where we'd be constructing these units, the setback is 20 feet. The council's response was that that's too onerous, that's too hard, that places too great a restriction on the homeowners. And so the revision is that we would allow a reduced setback to 10 feet. So reducing that setback to 10 feet. And that would be that's the alternate staff proposal. Are there any comments or?
Any comments?
Discussion on the setback?
Discussion on the setback?
Okay.
No.
All right. And then finally, you were very concerned about the impacts of parking on the neighborhoods, and what the parking impacts would be like. And so we have parking issues in many of our residential neighborhoods. And so as a way of trying to regulate that, we were struggling with it because the state exempts most of the city from requiring additional parking for the ADU units because of our proximity to transit. And even when we define transit as carefully as we could, still most of our city is exempted from parking requirements for the AD units. So the approach that we decided to take was, if we only allow the AD units to be smaller units, such as studios and one bedrooms, you're not going to have larger families which may have multiple cars. So that was the approach that we are proposing now as an alternate for to address that issue. Are there any comments on that? Or questions? All right. Yes?
Just very quickly on the parking issue, because I know that there's concerns of why you provided a different alternative from what the state was asking for, and I know the council had some concerns, council members that are currently not present here today. I think those were some of the issues that they were honing in on in regards to the parking, and then how the map was designated. And you pointed out the last time it was because, of park force, not being park poor. And the question that I would just ask, that if the city were to move towards allowing for these ADUs based on currently what the state is asking, and based on what you presented to the city here today. One of the questions that I have is, because we have a lot of active neighborhood associations, and I live in Wilshire Square, and certainly they're very active. And so everyone knows who neighbors are, who's coming over, who's having a party, when to call the police. And so for me, moving towards these ADUs, definitely a lot of these neighbors would know that if they're renting that out or they're not living in front of their home, obviously, those neighborhood associations would be calling us in a heartbeat. And we know that because we have very active neighborhood association, very active neighbors that want to make sure that those folks that, are doing ADUs, that, they're actually living on their property and not just renting those out. So currently now, right, and maybe I'm wrong, that if you live in the front, can you live in the back house or the front house, or you just have to live on the property, period?
You just have to live on the property. The current ordinance states that you have to live on the owner has to live on the property. And that was something that we felt that council supported. The council did not indicate they were uncomfortable with that condition.
Correct, and I just wanted to state that for the record.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Any more questions for Candida? If not, I will bring this back to the city council, as it pertains to, the direction we're going to take. But before that, we do have two speakers, and I want to make sure that I call them. And the first is Mike Tardoff, and then Frank Mitchell. So if I could have Mike please join us, and then followed by Frank. And then we'll bring it back to the council.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. My name is Mike Tardif. I'm a resident of Santa Ana. Regarding the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance, some call them granny flats. The first draft of the ordinance came through, and you did have questions and concerns about that. And I recently had a discussion with staff concerning some changes they made to that first draft to address the concerns that you did have. And they seem reasonable to me. So as one of the residents that participated in previous meetings, public meetings, neighborhood meetings concerning this issue, staff worked hard to put together a good ordinance. And I think the changes that they proposed here to that ordinance seem reasonable. Although 10 feet, as far as a setback in the back, seems a little inadequate. I'd probably be a little more comfortable with 15 feet. But overall, I personally would support this second draft of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Tarda. Appreciate it. Next, we have Frank Mitchell. Good to see you, Frank. It's been a while.
It's been too long.
You've been hiding. We miss you.
Yes. And I just want to let you know, you still haven't changed physically. God was good to you in your face. I just want to let you know. Okay? Nice to have good-looking women here. Okay? And I don't care what the current political correctness is or whatever. I'm saying what I believe, all right?
Mr. Mitchell, you got 3 minutes. Come on.
All right, let me come on. Okay, I'm going to start out by questioning this. This wasn't what I was going to speak on, but after I heard the executive planner speak on it, it is important. It is the staff recommendation on limiting accessory dwelling units to studio or one bedrooms to limit potential parking impacts caused by increased number of adults residing at the site. I'm sorry, that's not a valid reason to restrict what owners of property want to do with their property. Okay, 2 bedrooms, that would be fine. Even a 3-bedroom ADU if the land was sufficient in size, because it can accommodate families with small children, and small children are not allowed to drive motor vehicles anyway. All right, so I just wanted, that's the first thing I want to say straight out right there. Another thing is this, as far as accessory dwelling units go, I'm very pro homeowner, what they want to do with their property, so long as it legitimately does not interfere with anyone else's rights or cause confusion in the community, and the city should be proactive like that, and I see that you are. To give an arbitrary size, okay, well, we're going to have 20-foot setback from the rear, or 10-foot setback from the rear, which makes sense, by the way, 10 feet. Okay, okay, I'll say that. You have to have some basic limits, but yeah, let's be reasonable on that. 1,200 square feet of open space, but it's non-front yard. A couple of things here. Some lots cannot accommodate that, and yet the owners would like to have a sufficient size accessory dwelling unit. I would say 900, really. But if you're going to insist on 1,200 square feet, count the driveway, because some residences have built 2-car garages way in the back. So let's count that side yard as well as any part in the back to 1,200 square feet.
Please wrap up, Mr. Mitchell. Appreciate it.
Sure. Another thing is this. Almost all accessory dwelling units, that's type 5B construction. You can build it, and sometimes you can easily demolish it. Okay? It's not really set in stone. Even then, stone buildings have been demolished as well. And let's allow homeowners to have 2-story accessory dwelling units. they can be designed where they don't adversely compromise the community. And it can greatly increase the value of the property, and also for people who, family members who want to live
Thank
in
you,
that
Mr. Mitchell.
units.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
well,
thank you. So we're going to bring this back to the City Council. Any questions, considerations? What's a pleasure? Councilman Solorio.
Yes, thank you. And I know this is a study session. I am pleased with the overall work that staff has put into this. I know there's been many meetings and changes, some big, some small. Also, I do want to personally thank Mike Tardif, who's one of my commissioners. I know next to staff collectively in town, he's probably the one that spent the most time on this. And I think staff found a middle ground. I think for some up here, this is too strict. For some like myself, it's not strict enough. You know, I had made the case, for example, that you could look at lack of police services, too many accidents in some areas, that we should find other standards to further control where we can allow this. But I think this is a middle ground. And, you know, ordinances like this, they're not set in stone. So as things change down the road, including, you know, parking and traffic and all these other things, we could, you know, in the future also make accommodations. But I think, you know, we've been working on this for a year, and we need to have something in place to work from, and I think this is a sensible middle ground. So with that, I just hope that this could be brought back soon in final form so that the council can approve or modify from an actual ordinance. Thank you.
Other comments? No other comments at this time. I would just, wanting to state, and I think we're moving in the right direction, but as we look at housing and our housing crisis, and last month we had a discussion on rent control, and as we, continue to have discussions on that, this is an opportunity for us to provide more housing. But when we look at the limit of ADUs to studios to one bedroom, obviously here in this community, and we keep on talking about this, that we need 2-3 bedrooms, right, to accommodate our families. And so I just want us to keep that in mind as we continue. And I definitely get the parking issues in the park space, but understanding our housing crisis and what we're dealing with, obviously the need for us is not studios or one bedrooms. It goes beyond that. And many of our residents in particular, whether we're looking at the Vietnamese community or the Latino community, many times, they have, family members, their grandmas and grandpas wanting to live, or, having their children be able to live there for some period of time. And so I just want us to just to think about that as we move forward and looking at what kind of housing we actually want to provide. But I definitely understand some of the issues and concerns that have been brought up. And I too also want to just thank many of the residents that have been very proactive, and Mr. Tardif as well, and trying to meet some middle ground. But again, I'm always going to go back, and we're going to continue the second work study, which is the Affordable Housing Fund's policies and procedures. Obviously, we don't have the majority of our many members of our council is missing, but just wanting to make sure that we have goals, as we move forward to providing the housing stock that is necessary for our community. And we need to look at various forms of what that housing stock is going to look like. We're kind of in a dilemma in many ways. We heard last month some of the major concerns from our residents and the constraints that they're having. Also from the builders and the apartment association folks wanting to, saying, look, we want to help out, we want to work with the city, but again, we have to also bring these tools and resources to the table. And so I think we need to have broader discussions as we move forward, as it pertains not only to our affordable housing, but all of our housing stock as we move forward, and what is that going to look like, and to making sure that we're able to accommodate our current residents. And so I just want us to continue to keep that in mind as we continue to move these policies forward. And I knew Councilman Solorio would have comments after I commented, so Council Member Solorio.
Just one brief clarification, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but At our last council meeting, we did have a very robust and long conversation regarding rent control, and I don't think there was anyone on the council that wanted to have more conversations on the council about rent control policies. So I don't want to confuse the staff that there's...
No, I talked about housing just in general.
Okay, you mentioned rent control, so just to be
I said
clear...
that we had a discussion, yes.
No, but you said continue the conversation. I don't think we want to continue the conversation. We had a conversation. I
Correct.
think there was a lack of support on the council for that, but the overall issue of
housing,
affordability
correct.
and conditions, that we definitely should continue to
Correct.
discuss. Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank
Great.
you.
If there's no more comments, so I guess our staff will take back some of the suggestions that we made and then bring this forward. And I would just encourage for our staff to send, again, this presentation to the council members that had to leave. And so if they have any other questions, so that when this come before us, that we don't continue the item again. Obviously, we need to move forward with this. And at times, folks will say, I didn't have time to review it. So if we can be able to present this, and if we're bringing it to the next council meeting, to go with something that we're ready to move forward. And if not, with that, there's no more questions. I'm going to just ask my colleagues, because 3 members of the council are not here, for us to continue the Affordable Housing Funds policy and procedures. Obviously, Councilman Sarmiento sat with me on the committee, and so he's not present, so I just want to be respectful and make sure that he's able to participate, and of course, our mayor and Councilman Tinajero. And with that, we're going to move towards comment, and so we have various speakers that wish to speak at this time, and so if you all can please bear with me, because I think we have about 13 to 14 speakers here. And I'm going to go with the first one, TJ Tier, followed by Bob Tucker. No Bob Tucker? Okay. Yeah, there was no TJ, yep.
There's a group of us coming forward. My name is Bob Tucker, and I'm the union appointee to the Santa Ana Workforce Investment Board Youth Council. And I'm here with some other folks to show support for the Santa Ana Public Library. The Santa Ana WIB Youth Council already supports the Santa Ana Public Library. They do amazing work. I've seen the work they do to help our youth have a second chance and gain knowledge for employment. So I just want to, I know this city stands strongly for diversity, and that's the backbone of this city. And I'm confident that you folks will continue to support diversity, and especially the Santa Ana Public Library, and I have some other folks that wish to speak on that as well.
Just to interrupt you, if you don't mind, I think there were 2 or 3 individuals that were going to speak, and the rest in solidarity, so, yeah,
Great,
please.
thank you, Councilman Solorio. If you could, please just, what speakers are going to speak, so I just could,
Logan Crow, Laura Cantor. You're not speaking, okay.
Logan Crow.
Benjamin Cervantes. Mia. Collins.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Logan Crow, and I am the founder and executive director of the Frida Cinema in downtown Santa Ana. And I'm here to speak about the Frida's own participation as a partner of this event, and why I personally see the tremendous value and need for events like this in our community. As Santa Ana's and Orange County's sole nonprofit art house cinema, we make it our mission to continue to ensure that we're programming films and cultural and educational events for and with our diverse community. And in a downtown like Santa Ana that celebrates its rich cultures, histories, and diverse communities, that has not been hard to do, and it's its own reward. Integral to that is that we ensure that we're doing our part to represent one of the most underrepresented and marginalized of communities, the LGBT community. A recent study found that nearly 30% of Orange County's self-identified lesbian, gay, or bisexual high school students have attempted suicide, compared to just 6.8% of heterosexual students. Hate crimes against LGBT students and adults is on the rise, and no less than a month ago, our local high school OSHA was rocked by the brutal murder of one of its alumni, Blaze Bernstein, in an act of senseless intolerance and hate. Last year, at least 28 transgendered people were murdered in the U.S., making it the deadliest year yet for the transgender community. Such attacks and murders of our transgender community specifically have so eclipsed statistics that it led to the formation of National Day of Remembrance, called Transgender Day of Remembrance. honoring the memory of those whose lives were lost in acts of anti-transgender violence. It's not called Transgender Pride Day. It's not called Transgender Tolerance Day. It is literally called Transgender Day of Remembrance because the murder rate has been that substantial. I do not believe that all folks who speak against events like this would absolutely condone such brutality. I do not believe that at all. But we see every day what this sentiment and the severity of their words can lead to in impressionable and sensitive minds. How does a closeted teen look at themselves in the mirror and find hope when all they are hearing is that gays go to hell and that their most deeply personal yearnings and identity are an affront to their families? And what does a confused and angry young teen looking to lash out do when he is told that gay people and transsexual people are the root of all evil and responsible for the corruption of America and our youth? They need leaders in their community, countering that sentiment with initiatives like Saturday's event. Events that say, hey, you can believe what you want to believe, but know that there are so many cultures and traditions and forms of performance and celebration out there, and at the end of the day, they are all okay. They may not be for you, you may not get them, they may amuse you, they may annoy you, they might even gross you out a little bit, but they are okay. There's nothing inherently wrong with them.
Logan, if you could please wrap up.
Absolutely. I believe events like this are absolutely essential. It's far more than a gimmicky twist. Our LGBT community is part of Santa Ana, and their culture must be represented. In the spirit and hope for a more tolerant future for our children, I hope that you attend, or at the very least support this event and understand its importance. To recall a beautiful sentiment that was spoken earlier today, love shouldn't hurt. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Benjamin Cervantes, followed by Mia.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Benjamin. I was born and raised in Santa Ana, and this event means a lot to me. I came out as trans to my family a couple years ago, and they were all struggling to find resources in our community. They were struggling to be able to tell my little cousins like what it meant to be trans and like find like other resources in the community that they could attend to that weren't all just like going to the one gay bar on 4th Street. I am really happy that I've been a long-time volunteer at the Santa Ana Public Library, and I'm really happy that this event is being hosted here and that it's free and all ages and everybody's welcomed. And I would really like to see some of you guys there to like support our youth. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Benjamin. Mia Collins.
So good evening, council members. My name is Mia Collins, and I'm a senior in high school and a volunteer and now intern at the Santa Ana Public Library. I wanted to formally invite the council and community to an event happening at the library. The library will be hosting a drag queen story time and resource fair starting at 12 p.m. to 1:30 at the main library in meeting room A. I am happy to share that I am one of the youth that requested and am coordinating this event to happen. I want to show people that the library is an inclusive place that accepts everyone. I want people to come to the library and know that this is a safe space for the LGBTQ community. The library is a safe place for me and other youth. I want to make sure that we promote kindness and compassion. So one of the books the drag queens will be reading is If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. This event is a family-friendly event, so feel free to invite your children, teens, and friends. Right after the story time, we will be hosting a free resource fair from different LGBTQ friendly organizations in Santa Ana. I just wanted to say something that isn't on my phone, but this would have been, I know this is really important to me personally. I would have loved to have had this when I came out as pan, to have a place I knew accepted me and I could learn more about what I was going through. And I really hope that you guys will all attend and support your youth, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Is there any other members of the public that wish to speak? I know there was a whole list beyond this. If not, were there folks that submitted their name that wish to speak? Oh, your name is? Michelle. Michelle?
Hi, good evening. Good evening, council members. My name is Michelle Ovalle. I'm the secretary for the Park San Diego Neighborhood Association. And I'm coming out here to represent my opposition to the development of the 2525 Main residential development. The current professional building at 2525 North Main Street serves as an important transitional buffer between the established neighborhood of Park Santiago and Main Street. Not only is this transition buffer important for the neighborhood and traffic patterns, but the professional job opportunities it provides are important for the well-being of the entire city. We want good-paying office job locations to stay in Santa Ana for our existing Santa Ana residents. In support of the North Santa Ana Preservation Alliance and SAPA, I oppose any rezoning and general plan amendment for the 2525 Main residential development. So basically, there's 3 points that we want to make. Because there are some changes going on in terms of what's going to change in terms of zoning. So first of all, we want no rezoning, no general plan amendment, and no apartments. I insist that the zoning at 2525 Main remain professional as it has long been, and I intend to persistently and unrelentingly make this known to the City Council and planning departments. I want to preserve the beauty and design of this community. That's very important. That's why people have moved to our community, to Park Santiago, because of what it's like in that community and what it's been like for the past 30 years. So if I understand there's a lot of apartments being developed in that area already, and having an entrance into Edgewood, into that neighborhood, is going to change what is currently the atmosphere and the design. And it's not a historic community, but it's still we still consider it a very nice community, and we want to keep it that way. And the historic nature to it, having a 500 unit or 500 unit apartment complex would change a lot there. So
please wrap up, ma'am.
Yeah. So that's basically what we're starting to oppose, and there's quite a few residents behind this, and it's just the start of what we are going to change in terms of what's going to be developed there. So just wanted to speak for them.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I don't see her here, Jackie Burnett Cordova. I think she has left. If there's, I don't see any more members of the public that wish to speak. And so we're going to move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to share some good news. Santa Ana has been nominated for a Green Fleet Award. Roush Clean Tech nominated the City of Santa Ana's Fleet Division for a Green Fleet Award. The Green Fleet Award nomination will be presented at the upcoming Alternative Clean Technology Expo in Long Beach this May. The city's Green Fleet vehicle inventory includes a total of 38 vehicles, 15 heavy-duty trucks that are operated with liquid propane gas, 6 heavy trucks operated with compressed natural gas, 2 light trucks operated with compressed natural gas, 1 medium electric vehicle, 14 light electric vehicles, and we're hoping to do more with this grant that we mentioned earlier. So I just thought it'd be nice. It's just nice to share that we're being nominated for this award. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to bring it to city council comments and start with Councilman Solorio.
Just one comment. I do want to thank our city manager for his wisdom in appointing a great police chief. David Valentine, you made mention of a lot of his virtues. He's homegrown, rose through the ranks, worked very closely with the school district police, and as acting chief has done a fabulous job with limited resources and expanding the gang unit, getting a lot of guns off the street. Calendar year to year, I know reviewed the stats with him and others. We did see a reduction crime year over year, and key things we were tracking like shootings and homicides, particularly gang-related homicides. So we made some progress. got more to go, and I think the department has now a good, stable leader that can continue to improve the department, grow the department, and make our community safer than it already is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Villegas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, congratulations to Chief Valentin. Well deserved. Great appointment. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I'd also like to thank, want to wish everyone who celebrates the Lunar Year, Happy New Year, Year of the Dog. Chúc mừng năm mới. Yeah, of course. Tôi nói tiếng Việt. Anyway, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I've got to practice my Vietnamese, so I won't try to come out with it. But I do want to also echo some of the comments with regard to officially welcoming our new police chief, Chief Valentin. I've been working very diligently with both our team here internally within the department, within the city, as well as the community community at large. And so appreciate your leadership there, and want to congratulate you on formally being appointed to that post. Look forward to continuing to work with you and continue to see some of your innovative ways to be able to again ensure the safety of our community and support community-oriented policing. I also want to welcome Stephen Pham and also Ms. Keika. Her first name slips my mind. Hafsa Keika, who's our new homeless services manager. As well, we had an opportunity to meet, joined us last week. Good job, city manager, in that you're bringing on some good quality people to join the team here and provide support to our city. We had a couple of, I don't know if there's still some of the speakers who came and addressed us earlier on the activities that will be taking place this weekend and at the library. And even though it's kind of a sensitive issue, I just wanted to address and really to mainly for our staff. I think the comments that were made, and that we are very intentionally a diverse city, both ethnically and otherwise. And as a council, we've been very intentional about creating space and supporting all members of our community, LGBTQ community in particular. This we're the group that the activities that will be taking place, and I really do appreciate the fact that specifically the aim is to, from what I understand by this event, to extend support and to our teens, to our young people, and the statistics that they shared with regard to the unfortunate both targeting of members of the LGBTQ community, suicide rates and such that are very concerning. At the same time, specifically the topic that was chosen and that the drag queens story time, when I think of that, specifically drag queens, I think of more of an adult entertainment type of setting. And so I don't know that it was the wisest choice by the folks that organized, specifically some of the adults that maybe have been involved, and specifically some of our staff who are trying to support our teens and them organizing and creating a space that is inviting and supportive. I just feel like it creates something where council has been receiving comments. I've gotten some phone calls, we've received some emails, and so it kind of makes it so that we're actually creating something controversial that ideally we'd not want it to be controversial, and ideally would like it to be more inclusive and generally supportive and educational. So I feel like it's kind of created more of a lightning rod. So it's unfortunate. Again, my comment mainly is for our staff and both staff across the board, but staff that's specifically working with the teen space youth, who I think we're doing, provide some of the organizing. They shouldn't have to be out here till 10 o'clock at night having to sort of defend what they're doing, what they're putting on. It should be something that is, that's not getting a negative response. So just, again, request that we kind of share some of that convey some of that messaging again, so we can, be able to avoid putting our teens in that type of spot going forward. But overall, there's a lot of good things going on in our city, that our youth being engaged, being one of those. So I just want to encourage folks to continue to step in, support the City of Santa Ana, support local business, shop in the city. With that, have a good night.
Thank you, Councilman Benavides. I will be short because I know we are adjourning the meeting in a couple of people's names here. I know this past weekend we did support the Lunar New Year and wanting to wish the Vietnamese community and the Chinese and Korean, those that celebrate the Lunar New Year. And yes, it's the year of the dog, and Councilman Solorio, it's his year. Wishing you the best. And I heard there were some amazing festivities over the weekend. And so continuing to celebrate, but we're also celebrating Black History Month. I wanted to do a proclamation today, but I had 2 presentations and we're cut to just 2. And so in the future, and I know I've always done Black History Month, that if our staff can put something together, because I could only do so many presentations and remind, maybe spread that to other council members that may not have an item, because we're missing the opportunity to really highlight Black History Month and other observant days. And I just wanted to make mention that, a week ago they had their parade in Anaheim. It used to be here, and definitely we had a huge presence of the Black history community, particularly here in this city. Lots of history. We want to certainly continue to recognize those folks that have done some amazing work in this great city. Even though we no longer host a parade here, it's in Anaheim, but we're still one connected family. Many of those that started that parade here are now in Anaheim. And so, we want to make sure that we continue to recognize their efforts. And then as well, I wanted to make mention, as we move forward throughout the year, I know we had set a policy as it pertains to our flags and some of the flags that we are able to put up there at various times, whether it's Harvey Milk Day or celebrating LGBT, but here Black History Month. And so and we get consideration from various groups, and that's been brought to sometimes to our staff. But if there are opportunities for us to put or support or do outreach so that we can continue to celebrate some of these days of observance, would be greatly appreciated. Because I know we set policies and sometimes it just goes away, and then something controversial that may come up that we're having to address. But I think this is something positive, as Councilman Benavides talked about diversity and wanting to make sure that we are inclusive and we welcome all groups here in this city. And I certainly do agree, the emails that were received over the weekend over the youth event that is happening with the LGBT community. Definitely, I think it brought a lot of attention to certain folks just because of the name. I don't think many of them were not, again, I can't speak for them, but were possibly not in opposition of what we're trying to do or be diverse, but just the title just sent a wrong message. And so in the future as well, events that occur like this that may be political in nature, that it's brought to the attention of the city council. The last thing that we want, again, is not to be informed and not be aware and then get these emails and not being able to respond in a timely fashion. And so I would just encourage us to put something together, Mr. City Manager, with your staff, making sure in the future that this doesn't occur. And so those are just my comments on that, and I just want to move towards the adjournment of our next council meeting, which is scheduled.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem,
yes.
Sorry to add, but before you do the adjournment, because I know we have a few. I think it is important for the community to know that even though it wasn't on our regular agenda today. In closed session, we did discuss the homelessness crisis that we continue to have. So do know that the activities on the riverbed, the activities in court, are things that we're working on with staff, with each other, with county supervisor staff and the broader community. Always, knowledgeable of the fact that because of the Brown Act, 4 of us can't be outside of these meetings discussing these issues, but we know it's critical and the community is tracking these items, and just because it's not on our regular agenda does not mean that we are not working on it very diligently.
Agree, Councilman Solorio. I think everyone is working on this issue, and definitely want to thank Councilman Juan Villegas, who sits on our joint powers agreement, who's been working very hard with the county, as he now has a direct connection. In the past, council didn't sit on this JPA. Now we have Juan being a representative, and so it's just my hope that we will continue to support Juan in his efforts as he continues to push forward, making sure that we have a plan in action to address what's happening at the Plaza of the Flags and what's happening citywide. He's the person that we actually put in the JPA to help assist us, work with the county, and just hope that as we move forward, we'll be able to accommodate and create a plan that works for all of us here. And now I think Councilman Villegas has a comment, and then I'm going to go to the adjournment.
Very, very quick comment. I want to thank Chairman Andrew Doe for being very receptive to our ideas and welcoming us to his office and working with us on the issues that are affecting both of us here at the city and the county. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for inviting me to join the JPA.
You're welcome. So now we're going to do the adjournment. The next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 6th at 5 p.m. Closed session immediately follow the regular open business meeting at 5:45 here at the Chambers. We're going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Margie Richardson, Barbara Lawrence Hill, and Ramsey Aguinaga. I'm actually going to start off with Ramsey Aguinaga and allow Councilman, I know Councilman Benavides wanted to make a couple comments before I read a couple words that his mother, Cecilia Aguinaga, who we know very well, presented to honor his legacy and who he was as a person. Councilman Benavides?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And so, as we'll be hearing shortly, Ramsey Aguinaga was only 39, I believe, when he lost his battle with cancer, and he had previously not only is a son of one of our community, one of our commissioners, longtime resident family here in the city, but also former Santa Ana police officer, and somebody who through social media, a tremendous, courageous fighter, father of young son, I believe about 10 years old, just provided for him a tremendous example of what it is to live life to the fullest. But specifically, an experience I had. It's been a number of years back now. Past midnight, there was an incident, a crash right outside my house, and it happened to be actually a driver under the influence that ended up actually crashing into my car, the car that actually we had just bought. We had like a month, and pinning up our car up against our garage. So wake up to being startled, something like that. Obviously, nobody ever wants to have something like that type of experience. But you come out, our PD, law enforcement, Santa Ana Police came out very responsive and helped my family address the situation. And I recall actually the officer in particular who was out working the night shift. And I recognize his last name, which is not very common. And it was Ramsey Aguinaga. So we sat and we talked there for a bit, and we connected a few times over the years. But I had known his mom, and I actually didn't know that that Cecilia had a son that was with the Santa Ana Police Department. Very pleasant person, young man, very responsive and officer. And it was just another example of some of the Santa Ana's finest serving our community. And so it was heartbreaking when I learned of his illness. But again, just that true to the way I had met Ramsey as just a servant and somebody that was a person of character. I mean, that was the case to his final day, final hours last week. So again, just I was personally moved from that personal experience and opportunity I had to be able to be served by him, by Officer Aguinaga here with the Santa Ana PD, and wanted to share that with my colleagues and the community. And I'm sure we've got some moving words here as well as we remember him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Benavides. So on February 15, 2018, Ramsey Aguinaga, and it's just very difficult because I've known Ramsey for a very long time, over 20 plus years, and so we grew up actually together, and so definitely knew Cecilia prior to being elected or being a commissioner here in this city, and known of the family for a very long time, and so it's difficult here, such a young life to die, so very young, but he was a tremendous fighter. His fight with cardiac sarcoma, he was just a few months shy of his 40th birthday. Ramsey survived by his son, his sunshine, who is Mateus, his relatives, of course, Cecilia Aguinaga, his mother, Armando Aguinaga, his father, Alan, his brother, Sylvia, his sister, and his newlywed wife, Claudia Aguinaga, and his stepdaughter, Naomi Castro. And certainly he was a newlywed, and we got to see really the life of his, past months on Facebook, and just to go through that with his entire family, and really just, all those that are on social media. I think, as Councilman Benavides, many of us were touched to see that he was still fighting with a smile and still trying to live on and really have hope, and to see him get married on Valentine's Day. And, definitely, I'm on my Facebook a lot as I talk to Councilman Solorio all the time. It's many times. And so, and it's special moments like that you don't want to miss. And I was able to see that, and just brought a lot of happiness to me, knowing that he was still in a lot of pain, and his mother, continuing to share, some of the pain that she was going through. And so we got to live through that through Facebook. But again, his life was fought with struggle to live. Ramsey shrunk the tumor and trusted his faith and natural remedies as well. Unfortunately, in spite of Ramsey's tremendous good spirit, his disciplined effort to eat healthier and live healthier, the cancer had its way with his heart. Ramsey died in peace at UC San Diego, health in the company of his closest friends and family. Ramsey did many things in life, from participating in high school and football, creating his own business, to serving proudly in law enforcement for 2 distinguished police departments, the Los Angeles Police Department and the Santa Ana Police Department. Ramsey often joked about himself and would say, "I'm amazing, I'm a loving father, a wonderful, thoughtful son, a protective, caring brother, a handsome, magnetic partner," and that certainly was Ramsey, a loyal, fun friend, and I'm incredibly a hard worker with a mind of as sharp as can be. He lit up the room with a smile and always made everyone laugh. His friends and his family find comfort knowing he is now watching over them like he always had. Our most sincere condolences to the Aguinaga family. And so I will also move on, and Madam Clerk, if we please can send certificates on behalf of the mayor and council. Next, I would like to adjourn the meeting as well to Margie K. Richardson, February 14, 1938 to February 13, 2018. Margie grew up in Iowa and graduated from high school in Missouri. In 1961, she moved to Santa Ana, California with her son Rob and her mom to begin a new life. Mom treasured her time raising her son in Santa Ana with the help of her mom. They took many wonderful trips together to all parts of California and 2 long trips to Iowa by train and by car. Upon retirement, she enjoyed gardening in her backyard, her patio, looking for bargains at Big Lots and the Goodwill, and relished every meal at Mimi's with corn chowder. Oh, that corn chowder is really good. And orange mimosa. She also liked getting malts at Ruby's in Tustin Orange, and of course she loved cats too. Her faith in God sustained her through her entire life. A memorial service for Margie will be held on Saturday, February 24th, from 11 to 12 p.m. at Fairhaven Memorial Park Mortuary, which is at 1702 Fairhaven in Santa Ana. There will be a reception following the service. Interment will be at Fairhaven Memorial Park, and I am assuming this is Rob Richardson's mother. As I'm reading this, connecting the dots here, definitely want to send our condolences to our former school board, board member, and of course, city council member, and Santa Ana High School alumni, and our good friend to this city council, has always been to this great city, Mr. Rob Richardson. Next, we are also adjourning the meeting in honor of Barbara Lawrence Hill. Barbara Lawrence Hill, who died on January 26 at the age of 82 from pneumonia, leaves behind a legacy as a lifelong educator wherever she was and whomever she had encountered. And I want to say, this woman is remarkable. For those of you who had the opportunity to read her obituary on the Orange County Register this past couple of days ago, she was, a pioneer and a role model. She was Orange County's first black teacher, hired by the Santa Ana Unified School District in 1962 as a substitute grade school instructor in the midst of the civil rights movement, and then she became full-time the following year. She got past the racial slights, the threats, the violence, and came through breaking color lines to continue teaching for more than 30 years in Santa Ana, and kept her focus on education for another decade, and then semi-retirement, substitute teaching, tutoring, and volunteering. Former students spotted her at local supermarkets and would call, Miss Hill, do you remember me? I had you in second grade. And she would remember and detected that they were backsliding from reaching their full potential, and didn't hesitate with a stern but loving question in her own why. A longtime member of the Johnson Chapel AME Church, the second oldest African American church in Orange County, Hill will be celebrated on Saturday, February 17, with the services that started at 11 for those of you who were able to attend. This woman, who I personally knew, leaves an amazing legacy, not just in Santa Ana, but in Orange County. And the trailblazer that she was, I have many friends that had her as a teacher. And one thing that folks would say is that she was tough, but she had a heart of gold, and she transformed and changed a lot of people's lives. And I just want to end with her credentials that I think are important to share, and then her family. Raised in Long Island, New York by adoptive parents, Hill moved here to live with an aunt after graduating high school. She attended Santa Ana College, earned a bachelor's degree at Cal State Los Angeles, and then her master's at Pepperdine University. She married and divorced a U.S. Marine to supplement her teacher's salary. She and her sons delivered newspapers. She loved teaching. She loved working with her children to be creative, to basically motivate and inspire people to be whatever they could be, said Robert Hill. The youngest of two sons, Hill raised on the outside summers spent back east, and of course with their military dad. Hill taught at several Santa Ana elementary schools, but most of her career was spent at Madison Elementary, including her last 2 decades in the classroom. Hundreds of Santa Ana students were touched by Ms. Hill, and we adjourn this evening in memory of decades of dedicated service to our community. And with that, our most sincere condolences to all the families and friends on the loss of these extraordinary members of our community. And this meeting is adjourned.